let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left hand. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed nature, now the world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mansion in the South Gold. Fill up my cup with the pot, whoa. High off life in the spot, dope. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many ongoing, too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's in the way we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not around mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my.
For a minute in the quiet, it feels like it was before. I get lost just for a moment, thinking I'm not where I am. And I didn't want to feel this way, tired of being out of place. Give me a one-way ticket out of here someplace. I know I can't be happy, it's not in my head. I can sit and cry about reasons why I'm in this mess, but what good is that? What a waste of breath. It's a fine line, thinking about the words unsaid and setting me free from my chest. I feel so low, I'm not myself. I feel so low, I'm not myself. Was it something in the wind? Was it meant to be pulled apart from everything I knew, like golden leaves when it's their time to fall? But I didn't want to feel this way, tired of being out of place. Give me a one-way ticket out of here someplace. I know I can't be happy, it's not in my head. I can sit and cry about reasons why I'm in this mess, but what good is that? What a waste of breath. It's a fine line, thinking about the words unsaid and setting me free from my chest. I feel so low, I'm not myself. I feel so low, I'm not myself. I can sit and cry about reasons why I'm in this mess, but what good is that? What a waste of breath. It's a fine line, thinking about the words unsaid and setting me free from my chest. I feel so low, I'm not myself. I feel so low, I'm not myself. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Lost in you like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time. loved by you. But you will never take me as I am, it's true. 소중한 우리 사이가 멀어질까봐 I don't know. 마음처럼 뭐라고 하면 날 떠나버릴까봐 나를 믿었던 것 때문에 그렇게라도 너랑 있는 게 난 좋아 잠든데도 한계가 있어 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아 신음식하고 얼른 말해볼 거야 계속 기다리게 하지 마 Goodbye 생각보다 내가 너무 여린가 봐 이런 게임은 내가 무조건 잘봐 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 의도없게 하는 너도 참 나빠 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 장난 좀 치지 마 하지마 하지마 장난 좀 치지 마 Overdose chemical 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 의도없게 하는 너도 참 나빠 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 믿었던 것 때문에 그렇게라도 너랑 있는 게 난 좋아 잠든데도 한계가 있어 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아 신음식하고 얼른 말해볼 거야 계속 기다리게 하지 마 Goodbye 생각보다 내가 너무 여린가 봐 이런 게임은 내가 무조건 잘봐 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 의도없게 하는 너도 참 나빠 몰라
Hey Ray，你怎么在这里排队？
No, I'm just helping our friend to register for some tournament.
哦，还是我们一起去那里打2把牌？
Okay.
APT 季收打2024已经如火如荼的拉开序幕。
And running from now until the 5th of May, APT Jeju has 86 trophy event and has more than 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prize pool.
4月27号银狮子豪客赛，5月4号铜狮子豪客赛。
And the 2 billion Korean won guaranteed main event starts on April 29.
千万不要错过这些精彩的赛事，我们诚挚的邀请你一起来玩。
And if you're following from home, you can follow our daily coverage of the series and the daily streams starting with the APT All-Star Showdown. I'm all in.
Go, I go. I'm all in. This is class. I have a class. Yes. 如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 APT Poker。I have a class.
APT All-Star Showdown.
So today I'm gonna play the All-Star Challenge. It's like an invitational event with the best of the poker players.
这种比赛在这个普通的赛制里面很难遇到。
这个应该就是一个9人桌的 sit and go 吧，算是。
Everybody is really good. I think Punat and Danny Tang are really great players. Better than me for sure, but I can still bluff them one time.
所以其实还是看自己发挥怎么样，开运怎么样，我觉得这个才是最重要的。其实外卡玩家参赛的话，我觉得肯定更加有竞争力，因为他们从这么多参赛人员当中拿到了参赛名额，他们这个比赛会更加认真，所以我也是还蛮看好外卡玩家的。
I feel like so best being picked as wildcard. I play a lot online poker on natural age. My favorite emoji was airpiece. I just pick the emoji like way more often than average players.
每一把都有3 bet， 说是入池率最高的掉的最快。上来这个 Planetary 一把牌就掉了入池。
I played total like less than 2 minutes probably. I mean I have jacks small blind against them. I got 3 bet. Went with a knee at kings. It's quite a fun format because you don't normally get to play like winner takes all sin goals anymore, and I just think it gives the wildcard also a very good experience to play with different types of players.
I've watched APT grow from the old APT to the new era, and an event run by poker players is like the best ever for a poker tournament.
That's a snap call.
Danny holds here, that is it. 86% to win the trophy, 17,000 USD. Wow, that does it.
Congratulations to Danny Tang of Hong Kong winning the APT All-Star Showdown. How do you feel right now?
Good, yeah. My first APT trophy ever since the new era.
We have a Thai, we have a couple of Taiwan, Japanese. So it's like Asian, some of the best from Asia, right? And it's good to have heads-up Hong Kong flags, you know. I'm always proud of playing from Hong Kong, being from Hong Kong, and it's a fun format for sure. I think any time, any trophies, it means something, you know, and it's just good to win. I don't have one in my shelf, so it's good to have one now.
Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to the lovely Landing Casino here at the beautiful Jeju Shinhwa World Resort on Jeju Island, South Korea. I'm here because in just 2 short months, there are going to be 65 poker tables and thousands of poker players here vying for over 5 billion Korean won in guarantees. That's almost $4 million US. And they're going to be able to win that with all of the APT staples, the double stack, the mini main, the mystery bounty, the cup, high roller, super superstar, and of course, our featured event, the main event. It has a 2 billion Korean won guarantee. That's approximately 1.5 million USD in guarantees for just that event. So when you want to see a completed schedule, you're going to want to click this link and you will find the full schedule of all the amazing events we're going to have with you at APT Jeju 2024. Also, for the first time in over a year, the APT is going to have cash games. There's at least 15 tables of cash games going on here, with buy-ins as low as 1,000, 3,000 Korean, which is about 75 cents, 225 on the blinds, all the way up to, well, all the way up. And once you've won everything that you can win here, there's so much to explore here, both inside the property and on Jeju itself. There's a water park, a theme park, a bunch of restaurants for when you get hungry from being at the water park and the theme park, all these shops with these amazing brands that everybody knows and loves. And if you leave the property, there's half a dozen golf courses, a bunch of local villages where you can learn all about Korean culture. There's a bunch of waterfalls, some beautiful sunrise and sunset views. There's a bunch of UNESCO World Heritage sites that you can go to. And I'm reliably informed there's mermaids. I'd tell you what all those were in Korean, but everybody here was making fun of my Korean. So you're gonna have to read about it in Ben's Ultimate Guide to APT Jeju 2024. Right, enough of my sales pitch. You already know why you should be here. And quite frankly, I have to go explain how to play Badoogie to the regulators here so I can put it in the schedule. So come here and hang out with me April 26th to May 5th. It wouldn't be the same without you. Trademark pending.
皆さんこんにちは。日本で活動しているクルスうさこです。こんにちは。次回の APT はチェジュで開催されます。APT がチェジュで開催されるのは今回が初めてなので、ぜひ皆さんに遊びに来てほしいです。
チェジュで会いましょう。 チェジュでお会いしましょう。
チェジュで会いましょう。
はい、APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。一緒に交換しましょう。
チェジュに行きましょう。
チェジュで待ってます。
皆さん APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。僕と APT チェジュで。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is APT Jeju 2024. We are streaming the APT Super High Roller final day today. I am Stephen Lai, joined by Buffalo Sam. Good morning, Sam. How are you today?
Good morning. I am great. This is day 3 of our coverage here in Jeju, Korea. We are streaming, as you said, the Super High Roller. It is a 10,000 USD buy-in. There's about $600,000 in the prize pool here, 67 entries, and we are on the final table today. We have some big stacks, we have some short stacks. It's going to be an interesting one. What are your thoughts on this, Stephen?
Well, I saw the names on the final table, and there's some very familiar name. One that pops up is Kevin Poo, who we saw playing at the All-Star Challenge.
Yes, we did. Kevin Poo sitting second place in chips here with $3.2 million. He's looking to add to his $2 million in live earnings. Top prize here is 176,000 USD. This is going to be a big event.
Yes, and also there's a fan favorite as well at seat 5, which is Fan Jiwei from Taipei. He was infamously bluffing with ace-5 suited in the APT Taipei main event about a year ago.
Was that the 6-bet all-in versus pocket aces?
That is the one. Blocker means nothing, apparently.
Tell me, Stephen, do you think he got it through there?
Oh, well. I think it's now a very common meme these days, especially in Asian poker. So he is one to look out for. And of course, as a very biased Hong Konger, seat number 3 is Jeffrey Low, a very seasoned professional player. I've known him for many, many years. Good player. He's been running deep in several high roller events previously at the APT. So I'm looking forward to watching him take it down.
Absolutely. He does have his work cut out for him. Blinds are currently 15,000, 30,000. We're getting close to the next level, but he's only sitting on 305,000, just over 10 big blinds. And the chip leader is up at 3.2 million, 10 times his stack. So he's got a lot of work to do.
Well, let's have a look at the payouts. Top price, and as Sam was mentioning earlier, $176,000 up top. And, you know, if Jeffrey doesn't get lucky, doesn't double up soon, he will go home at 9th for 18,000 USD, which is not too bad.
No, not bad at all. We do have some very serious ICM pressures here on the final table. Very big disparity with the chip stacks. We have a lot of short stacks, a lot of big stacks, and not too many in the middle. Everyone is either sitting around the 3 mil mark or under 1 mil. So we are going to see probably some pretty crazy folds here, I imagine, on the final table. And all these players, veterans of the game, all of them big-handed mob scores. Combined, I believe they have about $20 million in live earnings, about the GDP of a small island here.
Wow, if you put it that way, that makes it kind of special. I'm sure they are far more productive than most islands in the world. Speaking of the chip leader, Anson Hui, he plays regularly at Triton events, so he must be one of the forces to be reckoned with. And we have also 2 more APT high rollers, previous winners of high rollers in Wang and Sila from Thailand. So a lot of experience at the table. I think, you know, $20 million in total live earnings, obviously that's a lot, but that's merely an indicator of how much experience we are going to be watching in the next few hours.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a fun one. We're going to see some very big bluffs, some amazing, very thin value bets. I'm excited. The first 2 days have not disappointed, and we're going to see some very high level poker here.
So at the screen, we're showing 67 entries, 9 remaining. Once again, the top price is 176,000 American dollars. Not bad. Average stack, 1.8 million. Average big blinds is actually 63. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of play. By the way, I heard you talking about ICM already, Sam. Have you been infected by the MTT disease?
It is definitely one of the things I looked up and tried to get a hold of. It is disgusting, I must say. There are some ridiculous folds.
Indeed, yes. It's a disease, right? Like for an average normal player who plays cash games, you go, why are you folding ace king here? Why are you folding ace jack here? It's because of that dreaded term ICM.
Absolutely, and you're listing some pretty strong hands. I was more concerned with folding 7-6 suited under the gun. But such is tournament play, especially when you get down to the final table, and especially when the pay jumps are so large. You're looking at a 10x jump from 9th place to 1st place, so preserving those chips is of the utmost importance, Stephen.
So one thing that I often look at is, when I look at pay jump, I don't look at the absolute value. I will look at the number of buy-ins as a relative concept for the pay jump, how big the pay jump really is. That's how I usually look at it.
This seems like a continuation of the ICM disease.
Oh, it is. I am terminally ill with ICM, I'm afraid. Without help. All the chemo, not helping at all. No, but it is a very important part of the game, and I'm sure you will have to add to your GTO Wizard subscription the MTT section. You can't just do your cash game, I'm afraid.
No, not at all. They will spit out some very, very different simulations numbers in the end.
Correct. Yes. So, by the way, once again, if you are interested to find out more about the Asian Poker Tour, just type apt.poker and everything you need to know about the APT will be found on the website, apt.poker.
Yes, there's 5 billion Korean won up for grabs in this event. I believe it's 2 billion in guarantees for the main event. An absolutely massive event here in APT Jeju.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the beautiful island of Jeju Island, South Korea. This is APT Jeju, South Korea 2024, sponsored by Natural Egg. Today is the first of the 3 Big Lion Trophy event. This is the APT Super High Roller event. Final table, 67 entries. This is a new record prize pool of this event in the country. And now, well, let's see the final table list. This final table is being dominated by players from China. As you will see, well, the cheerleader isn't from China, so the result is still up in the air. So, well, without further ado, let's meet them. So, in seat 9, from Thailand, he is no stranger to final table, Thanasorn Sailor. And in seat 8, from China, Wang Yuzhu. And in seat 7, also from China, Li Chengdong. In seat 6, Yang Zhongxian. And in seat 5, should be no strangers to the audience at home who watch a lot of APT. From Taiwan, Fan Ziwei. And in seat 4, the current chip leader and the only player from Malaysia remaining in this tournament, Anson Il. In seat 3, the player from Hong Kong. Please welcome Jeffrey Low. In seat 2, you saw him on the featured table 2 nights ago on the All-Star Showdown. Please welcome the WSOP bracelet winner from China, Kevin Pu. And last but not least, in seat 1, please welcome Xi Xiang Lu. So they are competing for the award-winning APT Giant Lion Trophy and more than 170,000 US dollars worth of top prize money. And I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic final table to watch. So now, for now, let's go back to the studio.
These players all very much blinked out and very focused. And it's almost like wearing a Triton hoodie is become a status symbol now, which is very cool. So this is like a bit like horse racing, right? Like, you know, you see them walking around the parade ring. You know, which one do you fancy the best at the moment, Sam?
Oh, you know what? I like Kevin Pu's odds. He played very well in the All-Star 2 days ago, and he is up there in chips with 3.2 million, over 100 big blinds to play with. Definitely has some maneuvering room here.
That's very true. I think that's a very conservative guess here, picking the chip leader. I'm going to stick my neck out and say Fan Jiwei. He's going to be redeeming himself in this super high roller event.
Let's just hope he gets an ace-5 suited bluff through this time.
As the winning hand as well.
Yes.
How about that for a script?
Yes, it is actually quite early. It is 11:30. These players are starting to play. Day in the office, and I would wake up this early for 176,000. Wouldn't you?
Oh, definitely. Well, okay, so here's the thing, because Asian players, when they play online, they often have a North American body clock.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, because all the bigger events will start around 2 a.m. Hong Kong time or Asian time.
Yes.
So look at Fan Jiwei. He's like, oh yeah, I haven't slept yet. It's more likely that he hasn't slept than he's waking up early. As people would say, a bunch of sickos. They are very experienced, and as Sam mentioned earlier, a total earnings of over 20 million American dollars. That's incredible.
If you would also like to win some money, if you check out our YouTube channel, we are running a giveaway for Guess the Winner. So you can put in your guesses, see who's going to take it down, and if you are right, you get entered in a draw to win a few bucks here.
Let's have a look. There are comments already. 欢迎台湾的朋友，今天只为有机会在这个 Super High Roller 的比赛成为冠军。Do you speak Mandarin at all, Sam? Any at all?
I can order dim sum. That's about it.
Oh, wow. You are better than me already. So the running joke is me speaking Mandarin very badly every so often when there's like people who are leaving comments in Chinese. So that is the, yes, that is the joke. I am the joke. Buffalo Sam says, who doesn't love free money? Well, free is the most expensive thing in the world.
Not in this instance. Most of the time.
Correct. And I'm very happy to see we have an operator in the chat room answering all the inquiries and explaining. Oh, there's Venice. That's my girl. Venice looking very beautiful today.
Yeah, she's a dealer over in Hong Kong, isn't she?
Yes, she works for me.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah. When I said she's my girl, there's nothing weird about it. She's just my employee. I made it sound weird.
Are you dealing your games right now then, Stephen?
No, I am doing this, right? I'm commentating.
With Venice missing.
Oh no! Well, good point. No, we have a bit of a roster of people who are willing to work, and then it's a good opportunity to train up some younger ones. So we always need fresh blood, as they say.
Absolutely.
But Venice been traveling with the APT for the past 4 series, so she's one of the more experienced dealers at the circuit.
Yes, and it definitely shows. Dealing poker is not an easy job. Even just pitching the cards takes quite a bit to practice and learn.
Yeah, have you tried it before, Sam?
One of my first jobs was working at a casino. I never made it to poker, but I was a blackjack and baccarat dealer.
Oh, wow! So you've seen some very degen actions before, huh?
I've seen bets about $250,000 Canadian dollars, which is around 200,000 USD on baccarat, and met with a laugh as they lose.
Oh, that's cruel.
Yeah, it's a whole nother world, Stephen.
That's right. Well, I've seen the biggest bet I've seen in baccarat is only 1 million Hong Kong, which works out to be what is it? Just over 100,000 US.
That's still a hefty bet.
Yeah, but that's the biggest. That's the biggest. but that guy was repeatedly doing $1 million bets over the evening.
Oh boy.
Just like sometimes I do wonder. You have that kind of money. Why don't you just go and buy a Ferrari and have some fun? Just do something else. Walk away from the baccarat table, learn how to play poker, and lose the money to the poker players. Give the money to the ecosystem.
I love that idea, Stephen. And here we are, we're kicking it off. Hand number 1. The last 2 first hands that we played over the APT, have been big coolers. We had kings versus jacks, and then aces versus jacks, where jacks hit a set on the river to knock out a player on hand number 1. Let's see if we see some fireworks on hand number 1 in this APT high roller today.
Jeffrey Lowe picking up king jack off, decided to fold, which is a very sensible thing because Anson has ace queen off mid position. Very standard open with, well, he is the deep stack, 138 big blinds.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of ICM pressure when people have 138 big blinds compared to quite a few people that are under 20 here. A lot of these medium stacks are just going to be put in very rough spots and are going to be forced to play extremely tight here. And here we have seat 7, Lee, with a mystery hand here, is going to make the call on the button. And he is one of those medium stacks.
Wow, mystery hand. Hand number 1 is mystery hand already. I think the production team is going to test our poker knowledge very early on.
Yes, I think this is going to be a stronger hand than normal, as, you know, 3-betting here against a chip leader is just suicidal. If you get jammed on, you have to throw up and fold. Even a hand, maybe even as strong as pocket, what do you say, pocket queens is a fold here?
Against a 4-bet jam, yes. With a very short stack of Jeffrey Lowe having 10 big blinds, yes.
How gross is that, Stephen?
Well, I think throwing up is optional, but it won't be frowned upon because it's a throw-up kind of situation.
Yes. What about kings? Do you think kings is making it into the muck?
Kings is a go. I think you can't fold kings, right?
Okay, so kings is
really,
get the bucket and then call.
Kings is yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't know for sure. I said I haven't put it into my ICMizer to have a look, but kings, I'll just go for it. I just close my eyes and go.
Yes.
Ooh. Yeah. But that's happened to me before, not folding kings, and I was jammed by a pair of queens, and then of course the queen hit the turn, and I was out.
Oh,
very deep in a 4-figure entry event. Oh, look at this. Small blind, flatting, ace-8 suited. Ooh, pocket jacks.
Wow. This is the 3rd time we've seen pocket jacks on the very first hand.
Confirmation bias here?
Yeah.
So it must be, from now on, pocket jacks in the first hand.
I think it's a running trend. Wow, all in for 64 big blinds.
Wow.
And I think this goes back to the ICM thing that we were just talking about. He doesn't want to raise fold because pocket jacks is just in such a brutal spot. But this is a lot of risk, you know. If Anson wakes up with a hand as strong as queens here and just sticks it in, Thanasaur is going to give up a ton of equity in terms of payout structure here.
Lee is asking for a count. Wow, is that mystery hand a limp aces?
No, it wouldn't be aces. He would have already called, I believe. Maybe he's thinking of a hand like ace king. Maybe even the queens that we were talking about earlier.
First hand of the day, just to make sure that we are awake. We are welcoming viewers from all over the world. It seems there are people from India here. So, I suppose apart from keeping us awake, is keeping Venice awake. First hand of the day, counting the stacks. I did text her last night, or early this morning, said, go to bed early, my dear. You've got a long day tomorrow.
I mean, with hands like this, it might be a quick tournament.
Well, just think, if he gets a heads up quickly, with 80 plus big blinds, it's not going to be a long tournament at all. It's not going to be a short tournament at all.
Oh no, not at all.
I don't think, when's the last time I played that deep heads up? Many, many, many years ago.
Let's have a guess at what Lee here is thinking about. He's definitely got a very strong hand. He flatted the button, didn't want to get involved with the big stack, and is now seriously considering a 66 big blind shove here for his tournament life. He must have a hand like ace, king, or queens. I think 10s and 9s has already hit the muck. I'm gonna go pocket queens, like we said earlier.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was, well, I would be surprised, but because of the removal effect, but he could have aces, thinking how he could get Wang to get involved as well to get a triple up. It's actually a possibility.
So you're gonna go with aces?
Well, with all the removals, you know, the two aces are
Yeah.
out, so I think it's like one combo. No, but definitely a big hand. Maybe 10, definitely 10s plus.
Yeah, I think kings would just stick it in by now, because aces, are they really going to go for a 66 big blind shove here? I think he'd squeeze smaller with aces in Tanasorn's spot here. And he's going to let it go. Tanasorn picking up the very first pot of the night, of the day rather. Adding about 10% to his stack here.
By the way, my my cover has been blown, by the way. I just got a text from Venice. She said, I hope you really did text me to go to bed last night early, because I'm struggling now. Thanks, Venice. Wonderful. Thank you, my dear. You got to say shit out stuff that is kind of half made up. Jesus. Wow, that was a good jam, and you know, it will remain a mystery what Lee had on the button.
Yeah, definitely.
Probably not as strong as we thought, maybe.
Maybe not, no.
But it was. I'm not sure whether the pocket jacks was a good jam. But what sizing could you go for to 3-bet there from the big blind?
Yeah, we're
It's
looking at
tough.
2 big blind open, 2 cold callers. I mean, you can go 10 or 12 big blinds and fold. It doesn't feel great with pocket jacks.
It's very tough. So people on YouTube are asking about the payouts. Top price, 176,000 American dollars. So people are harassing the Natural 8 operator to guess the winner form out. So I'm sure it will be published in due course. Stick around, listen to our wonderful, listen and watch our wonderful coverage of APT Jeju 2024. This is the Super High Roller final table. We are down to 9 players. Everyone is in the money. We are going to play out until we see the winner. The winner will receive 176,000 American dollars along with that beautiful, beautiful Lion trophy. And I'm sure we'll see a shot of that throughout the day.
That's the one you're missing for your trophy cabinet, isn't it, Stephen?
Correct. Yeah. And I don't think I'm working very hard towards it. I'm in the wrong place for that. But
you're a little far away.
I have comrades. I have friends and partners who are at APT Jeju trying to win one of those. One of them being Jeffrey Lowe.
Jeffrey Lowe. That's why you're rooting for him.
Well, I need that trophy for the cabinet, after all. You know, it's not like I'm in love with him or anything.
Well, if he takes it down, you're going to need a bigger trophy cabinet.
Correct. And he will need a to buy another ticket, air ticket to come home to Hong Kong, because that trophy is gigantic.
Yes, he will need another seat for that. And pocket kings here in the small blind for Luo Shishang. Am I saying that correct?
And number 3. Yes. $41 big blinds, BVB. I think the standard is... Well, actually, he could either... There's actually some limping there as well. He decides to raise. Keeping up the aggression.
Wow.
Wow.
I think we're going to see a raise here, and be interesting to see how Luo proceeds against a raise on a 40 big blind stack. Is he all in?
And yes, he's all in, and he's getting a snap call.
Wow,
Ace
and
Queen
Luo
is
at
as
risk?
good as sorry, Ace Queen is as good as Ace 5 here.
Indeed. And Luo is at risk here. Only has 70%, which mustn't feel great.
Well, as they say, if you have an ace, you have 30%. Unless you walk into aces. well, you have an ace, you have 30%, right?
Yes.
Because you always have that 3 outs.
But there's
you
always
either
an ace.
dominated, yeah, always an ace. Right, let's have a look. Blank. A bit of runner spades possibility for Kevin. There it is.
Speak of.
Jeffrey is like, oh, please knock him out. I want free money. Boom.
Oh.
Jeffrey's like, no, not that. I want a spade. I want free money.
Wow, and a very
That's a
big
full
double
double
up
up.
here for Luo. Up to 2.6 million in chips, 85 big blinds. Going to put him up in the top half of the pack here.
How would you play the ace queen there, Sam?
Ooh, I would definitely re-raise, but I think 40 big blind shove is a little bit too ambitious. You are definitely going to fold out worse, and you're just going to get snapped off by better. But it is a tournament thing where getting worse to fold is not a bad thing either.
I suppose you will fold out a lot of flips, maybe? Some of the flips?
Yeah, definitely. You could definitely get a fold from a hand like pocket 6s, 7s.
But probably with this table dynamic and these experienced players, 10s plus will snap you off and flip it off, right?
Oh, 10s.
Maybe.
Maybe. 40 big blinds is a lot.
True. With a short stack in Jeffrey hosting the big blind right now as well.
Yes, we do have a few short stacks. Jeffrey is on 305k. Yang in seat 6 is only on 640k at around 21 big blinds. And we also have Wang in seat 8 on 580k, just under 20 big blinds. So we do have 3 relatively short stacks here. And that might contribute to why he just decided to open rip 40 big blinds there with the ace queen. You know, I actually did some looking up, and I remember one of the very high rollers on an online tournament where somebody just open ripped or check raised, no, not check raised, 3-bet jam 32 big blinds with ace queen. And in the post commentary, ace queen is apparently the only hand that likes to go over that sort of 25 big blind re-raise all in threshold.
And now I understand why Venice is available to text me, half an hour later according to real time. I think she's been dealing too many setup hands, and the players have complained. Fan Jiwei opening from +1, ace deuce this time, and got a fold and picked up the 3 blinds.
Yeah, and we did see an 8-7 of clubs fold on the button on a 66 big blind stack. Is that standard, Stephen?
With ICM, yes.
Unbelievable.
I like that. I like that you still have that sense of wonder there. It's like discovering a familiar game that is played differently. It's like playing like low ball, you know, like those 5 cast that low or something.
Yes.
How come a juice wins? What? Big hand again. Ace queen suited.
Yeah, sitting on 17 big blinds here. This might just be an open shove here.
Don't forget, these people have caught the ICM virus.
Absolutely.
So the thing they need to always remember is you don't want to die before the short stack does.
Yes, yes, of course.
We are talking a very short stack in Jeffrey Low with 7 big blinds.
Mm-hmm.
And min clicking open, you know, will accomplish pretty much the same thing. You know, when you only have 15 big blinds. Oh, and got outflopped. Anson Yu, the chip leader at the table, manages to flop middle pair versus ace queen suited. There are no diamonds on board, so Wang is not that happy with this flop. Of course, he's going to c-bet. It'd be much better if there was at least 1 diamond on the board.
Yeah, I agree. This is a board that's going to hit the big blind quite a bit. But it is only a less than 2 big blind c-bet here. Ho, ho, ho. Queen of hearts on the turn, proving Anson to 2 pair, and Wang, it's got to feel pretty good here with 2nd pair top kicker. I don't think it's good enough for a bet on the turn, but if it does go check, river's a blank, I think Wang is going to go for some value and get the bad news.
I think it's no point for Anson to bet that turn.
For Anson or Wang?
For Anson to bet, to donk into that turn with the 2 pair.
No, of course not.
And Wang definitely thinks he has the showdown value here. The pot is 275k, which is almost 10 big blinds. 9 big blinds, to be precise.
Anson going to bet out here. Looks like 175k. Around a half pot bet. And it's going to put Wang in a really tough spot, especially with the hand he's holding here.
Check call the flop. Check the turn, and leading the river. So now he has to consider calling off 6 big blinds, how that will affect his stack size. He's betting basically half of Wang's stack here.
Yes.
So Wang will be the shorty if he calls and loses.
And I think we just saw Wang throw in all of his time banks. That looked like more than 1 there.
That's fine. And you know how the time banks work here at the APT. You don't actually have to throw them in. So if you have time banks left in your, in your possession, they will just deduct the number of time banks you use. You don't have to actively throw anything out.
That's a lot nicer. It's one less thing to think about in a tough spot.
but some people actually use the time bank as like a reverse tell.
Yes, you know what? Who is very good at that? That is Adamo. Michael Adamo uses time banks in spots where he just has the nuts. And wow, we're going to see Wang make the call. He's going to get shown the bad news. And Wang is going to be our new short stack. And Anson chipping up nicely here, sitting on nearly 150 big blinds at this final table.
That queen was such a gin card.
Yep, Stanley Lau in chat asking what is the buy-in. It's approximately 10,000 USD, 600,000 USD in the prize pool, and $176,000 up top.
Oh, that's when Venice texts me. This dealer comes from Taipei. Another familiar face. So tell me, Sam, have you had a chance to have a look at the facilities at the hotel?
Yes, I have. They're very nice. I spent quite a bit of time in the pool yesterday. There's also a theme park, a water park, quite a few restaurants, a shopping mall. Just has it all here.
Well, it's not too late to book your ticket to go to Jeju for the main event. You know, book your ticket now, get to Jeju tomorrow, go to Landing Casino for the APT Jeju 2024 series. You know, it's going to be another giant series full of different events you can play. So, not too late. You know, we are streaming and also promoting APT, which is the best, most well-run poker tour in Asia, perhaps the world.
Yes, it is. 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prizes is nothing to scoff at.
Just a lot of zeros.
Interesting limp here from Wang with the ace-7 off in early position on a 7 big blind stack.
I can't comment on that. I can't. I don't have enough analytical power to understand that move.
Yeah, I'm not sure either on that one. Jeffrey, mystery hand, got a decision here with 7 big blinds. You might be worried that Wang's got a very strong hand here, trapping with a 7 big blind stack.
Jeffrey is exactly thinking what I was thinking. What are you doing here, limping? I'm pretty sure I'll pull the same face as well. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So Jeffrey Lowe used to be a used to work for an investment bank. He was an analyst for several years, and became a poker pro just before COVID.
What timing.
Indeed. Wow.
Interesting.
Limpy, limpy. Mr. Ace 5 himself, with the 5 in his hand, he's not going to give up that.
Must be happy to see a free flop there. Wang taking the lead with the top pair here. Fan does have himself a gut shot, and we still don't know what Jeffrey has.
Yeah, so the calculation is based upon heads up, right? Because
Yes.
we don't know what Jeffrey has. So Jeffrey could have like pocket 9s or pocket 6s or something.
I don't know if he'd have pocket 6s. That seems adventurous.
Or we'll find out when he folds. bets. So checks to him. And he bets that flop. 50k.
This feels like ace queen suited, ace king, something like that from Jeffrey.
Pocket sixes, come on. It's hard to give up when you limp ace 7 off, hitting an ace.
Yeah, but gonna proceed cautiously here, just a call. Makes sense.
So the whole table rejoice because one of them is going to be very, very crippled or eliminated, and that means an automatic pay jump.
Unless Jeffrey Lowe also has the ace 7 offsuit.
All right.
Oh, is he just gonna lead out here all in? On the jack of diamonds? Or no, he's asking for a chip count behind, I believe.
I think Wang just checked, and Jeffrey is putting it in.
This must be ace king, ace queen.
Don't show me junky hand like 7-8. That would be embarrassing.
No, we saw a 7-8 suited fold on the button with 66 big blinds before. I don't think he can limp with a 9 big blind stack.
Wow, he's thinking about folding.
No, I don't think I'm calling here with the ace 7.
Ooh.
How many bluffs is Jeffrey going to have here on a 9 big blind stack? Like, he would just have to have some Broadway diamonds that don't contain an ace. There's not that many combos left of that. Like, is king 10 suited really gonna be in here? So maybe he's ahead of a hand like king queen of diamonds, but that still has significant equity. And he does make the call. We're gonna see Jeffrey's hand here.
Sixes. I can't see just yet.
Ace 10.
Ace 10.
Wow, a lot weaker than I thought.
So there is a possible elimination here. The king will eliminate Wang. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. He is the 9th place finisher at this APT Super High Roller event.
And that is good for 18,000 USD, which will probably pay for his trip.
Oh wow, seat number 1 speaks Cantonese as well. It's Liao.
Yes. Very surprising to see the ace 10 offsuit in there.
Me too. I need to text him. But hey, it worked out, hey?
It did work out.
It worked out, eh?
It worked out, eh?
I think to me, unorthodox plays from the 2 short stacks.
Yes, yes, very. Maybe they had somewhere to be.
But you was talking about the swimming pool and the theme park?
That might be it.
So what's the temperature like?
We're looking around 18 to 20 degrees every day. It's really nice.
And sunny?
Yes. Yes, very, very sunny yesterday. A little bit overcast today. Oh, and Kevin picking up the ace-king offsuit here in the hijack. He's going to bump it up to 2x. $60,000 into the middle. And it's going to take it down.
We haven't even played one orbit.
No, another very exciting start to another APT live stream event.
And we welcome over 300 viewers on YouTube. Thank you. It does make live as commentators a lot more exciting when we see many viewers. And without wanting to neglect our friends on Facebook, hello to CM on Facebook. Very glad to have you here.
And blinds have gone up to 20K, 40K. Pretty hefty increase of 33%.
Eight sevens off from the big blind. It's a pretty standard defend against the cutoff open. So let's have a look at the flop. Ace, ace, deuce. Two clubs. Leaders that have any clubs. Basically crushed.
Yes, this is most likely just going to go bet fold here from Anson.
And that's it. That would do it. So Sam, tell me, how did you learn poker? How did you get into poker, and how did you learn poker when you first started?
So this actually goes back to my casino dealer job, playing baccarat, or dealing baccarat and blackjack.
All right, now you're going to tell us some dark secrets.
No, you make friends in the casino. They invite you to their home game. You're playing some 10-cent, 25-cent three-handed in the living room, and all of a sudden there's over $1,000 on the table, and you are addicted.
Correct. And when did you start to take it seriously?
I really wanted to win, and I was not winning in that three-handed game. And I remember seeing a high-stakes poker game back then with Tom Dwan. I just remember him going absolutely nuts. And from there, I learned that aggression and bluffing is very good. And then I started to beat those games. It was another big learning curve to go into the casino to jump up to 1-3. But after about a month, I started winning those and played that for about a year and a half before I had a very rough downswing. Quit for about 8 years, and then just last year I actually got back into poker again.
Right, wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's been quite the journey.
Well, more of that later. Ace-3 suited under the gun. Opens with ace-3 suited. Liao, who speaks Cantonese, apparently. Well, I heard him speaking Cantonese. King-Jack suited from the small blind. Oh, it's actually quite a difficult spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is it's a very nice hand, but you're in the worst position against a very strong opening range. And how is Lee going to proceed? With a raise up to 225K, I like it.
Against a UTG, huh? Surprisingly wide, actually, that open, ace-3 suited.
Which is just insane to me. I would love to see the 4-bet bluff here.
That's not ace-5. It's only ace-3. The new sexy bluff raise, 4-bet bluff raise combo is king-7 suited, by the way. FYI.
Really? I know that
Yes.
King 7 and King 6 suited are somehow making it in there, and actually King Deuce suited in heads-up format is a very widely used 3 and 4 bet bluff.
Just for our viewers' sake, if I see King 7 suited, I will scream because that's the trendy 4 betting bluff.
Yeah, that our computer overlords tell us to use.
Hey, we did talk about that. It's the nerds versus the world thing. I think those developers writing those programs, you don't know the source code. You don't know how the numbers got spat out. They just add those combos there for laughs.
Maybe they're playing these games and just spitting out wrong info for us to blast away with King 7 suited.
On the other hand, pocket 4s isn't so insane. And it's a very, very disciplined fold. Queen 6 also. Well, it's not a disciplined fold, it's just a fold.
Anson here, definitely going to take a stab. Raise it up with the ace-10 of clubs. Looks like most players are opting for that min-raise size or slightly bigger. And wow, we got pocket kings here from Yang in the cutoff. Second time we're seeing this today in only 10 hands. On a 14 big blind stack, this is a no-brainer. He's got to move all in here. Maybe with aces he could consider a trap. What do you think, Steven?
Yeah, move in is fine. It's absolutely fine.
Do you think Anson calls it off?
I think you probably have to.
It is one of those interesting spots where there are only 2 short stacks at the table, and he may want to keep the short stacks in just to preserve that ICM pressure because Anson is our chip leader right now.
That is true. But he's going to ask for a count, and he's going to very quickly call off. We can analyze all we want.
I did see a very high-level poker tournament online where somebody opened to 2x, the short stack rejam for 3.2, and the big stack actually folded to preserve that ICM pressure.
That's so smart. I like it.
They're playing in another world, aren't they, Steven?
Correct. I was commentating the Natural 8 weekly Super High Roller event last year. And some of the play, oh, there you go, that seals it.
That'll end it.
Pocket kings hitting a king. And some of the plays, I learned so much from commentating those Super High Roller events because they are very, very, like they're all the, ooh.
Oh.
Hold on.
Not like this.
Never easy. There's one out. And is
oh. Such a rude sweat, isn't it?
Hold on. Hold your horses. Don't pick up the chips yet. No. And, I was saying, commentating on those Super High Roller online events, there's so much you can learn from those players.
Oh, absolutely. But it's one thing to see what they're doing. It's another to figure out why they made that move. And that's where they really just get into the weeds with the solvers, don't they?
By the way, you were talking about preserving a short stack. I think part of the reason why Anson kind of called off pretty lightly was because Jeffrey Lowe remained small, stacked. So only has 13 big blinds. So I think if Jeffrey Lowe didn't exist with the 13 big blind, I think Anson wouldn't have called so quickly.
Makes sense. And speaking of Jeffrey, he does pick up the ace king on a 13 big blind stack here under the gun.
Obviously a limp.
I am done guessing here at the APT. We have seen some very unorthodox plays. And he is going to move all in here. Puts it in.
Unsurprisingly. Wow, do you see the ace-jack folding? I think I saw that flashing on the screen.
Oh, I must have missed that.
Maybe I was just not caffeinated enough. I think I saw that.
Ace Jack
Okay,
is
good.
one of
Look
those
at it.
trouble hands.
Yeah, Fan Jiwei. He snap folded Ace Jack. Oh
wow!
Didn't even think, or didn't even have to consider. No tanking, no throwing in the time banks. He said nope. Ace Jack off versus a UTG shorty. Not interested.
You know, if it was Ace 5 suited, maybe we'll see a little bit of thought.
You can't bluff someone who's gone all in already. You know that, right? Let's assume Fan Jiwei wasn't valuing with Ace 5 suited. But you don't know what's inside that body head.
No, you do not. And he's got a mystery hand here. He's going to min raise up to 80,000 in the +1 position.
Fan Jiwei was a very accomplished esports player as well before he got into poker.
Yeah, we see
So
quite a
very,
few of those.
very good. Yes.
Magic the Gathering, StarCraft, a lot of esports. A lot of players sort of
Chess.
transition over to poker. And yeah, we are seeing quite a few chess players enter the poker scene as well. We got Alexandra Botez, Magnus Carlsen, a few others. And they're doing quite well. They're picking it up very quickly. Oh, we've got a decision here from Jeffrey Lowe in the big blind. Our short stack on 13 big blinds with pocket eights. Is he going to add to his stack again here? What do you think? Is this a flat call or just get it in?
He's flatting. I think he's going to set mine with 13 big lines.
Makes sense. And Fanchi has the ace 10 offsuit here.
Ooh, I thought that was an 8.
Overall, still a pretty good flop for the pocket eights. It's got to feel quite good here.
Well, welcome to the completely unbiased commentary of the APT series.
A lot easier
Go
when
on,
you can see the
Jeff.
cards.
Correct.
I don't know what's going on the floor. We're pretty far back here, but we just heard some very loud yells. It may be from our mystery bounty, someone picking up a very large prize. Interesting turn card here. Luo picks up a gut shot. Any 10, any club, any king, any jack. He's got half the deck here to look out for.
Well, I apologize to the viewers. The graphics is obviously incorrect for the community cards. It's a 6 of clubs, not an 8 of clubs.
Sorry, say that again. What is the board? It's
6 of clubs, 9 of clubs, and 9 of hearts, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. Unless we're playing 2 8 of clubs in this deck. It's like a special format.
Ah, yes, there it is. I'm picking up on it now.
Yeah,
I remember the board is paired.
Yeah, the board's definitely paired. Jeffrey can't be too sad here, actually, with just one overcard, one Broadway card on the board.
Very quick fold from Jeffrey.
ICM slavery.
Indeed. Anthony Yu still preserving that chip lead. 100 big blinds, $4 million stack. A ton of middling stacks from 60 to 30, and Jeffrey, our short stack.
I am definitely enjoying this final table. There's some interesting moves here.
Absolutely.
And have you ever played a TV table before, Sam?
Not in tournaments, but I have played quite a few live stream cash games down in Texas, as well as in Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay. And what is the legality regarding so poker at casinos and poker rooms are legal in in the United States. How about live streaming? Are you allowed to stream without a license or anything like that? Do you know?
Oh no, so it's not completely illegal. There's some states that have banned it, but in Florida you can definitely play poker almost anywhere. There's not too many regulations around it, but in Texas it's all time raked rather than drop. But they do have poker rooms, and essentially you're renting a seat is how they get around it.
Okay. And showing players cards, because you know some jurisdictions they think showing players cards is illegal as well. So streaming is completely legal in the United States.
Legal, yes.
If you're okay, that's good.
How about you? Have you played any TV tables?
Oh, quite a bit actually. Unfortunately,
cash or
we have
tournaments?
both.
Okay,
Both.
nice.
So, so I run an organization in Hong Kong called the Hong Kong Poker Players Association, and we have our own TV table at our venue. Back to the hand first. Flop comes ace, ace, jack, 2 spades, and I think the hijack open will c-bet here.
Yeah, easy take it down. This is a hand that either wants to bet very small or just check it back. You're really never gonna get called by worse here. Maybe a worse king, but indeed he does just take it down against the 7-5 of hearts. But back to your TV table, I think you're gonna have me over for a cash game at some point.
You are most welcome. We stream every Wednesday night. We have like our own kind of pseudo live with a bike live stream type thing.
Amazing.
And every Wednesday night. And we also run regular tournaments. Every Thursday night we have a tournament, and the final table is streamed on YouTube. So anytime you come to Hong Kong, I'll show you around, and I get you to sit at that TV table. It's actually really fun.
It is.
And it's almost it's another virus, isn't it? Like it makes you do irrational things when you're at the TV table.
Oh yes, yes. The only thing I ask is do not put me in a highlight clip where I lose the hand. I have had enough of those.
Well, I will send you the losing hands, and you can make your own highlights. How about that?
I would just like to be in a highlight where I win one hand for once.
You know what YouTube's looking for? You know what social media is looking for? They're looking for suffering. They're looking for tragedy.
Absolutely. Well, we have I think this is on the cuff here. Queen Jack offsuit and the hijack from Luo.
Fan Jiwei might actually 3-bet here, you know.
Jack 8 suited. Do you think it's a bit too middling to want a 3-bet, as it plays quite well post-flop? It's not too expensive.
He is racing though.
He is.
Yeah, he doesn't like to realize, this man. He's not a realizing kind of guy.
I'm realizing that.
Oh, very nice. Thank you.
Looks like
yeah, he's not realizing kind of guy.
250. Maybe he picks up on Luo's bit wide open here.
Well, it's a high roller table from the hijack. Inevitably, it's going to be wide. So one thing I noticed about TV tables is that people hate to get bluffed at the TV table. So they call off a lot lighter.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right, they hate being bluffed at the TV table. Like, they don't bluff that much themselves, really, because they don't want to look like a fool, but they hate being bluffed. So I see so many second pair, third pair calling off.
I've definitely been guilty of that.
Sorry to hear that.
It's worked out a few times. Yeah, Tanishorn here, going to open up the King, Queen of Hearts. Very nice looking hand in the +1 position. A min raise up to 80k.
And are you a streamer yourself as well? Do you stream any of your sessions online?
No, no. It's all. I only play live cash games, as online is much too difficult for me.
Oh.
You know, live, you can get away with calling 7-5 suited on the button versus under the gun raise. Online, you absolutely cannot.
Unless you want to lose.
Exactly. Another king-queen suited once again in the +1 position. This time for Luo is going to open up to 80,000 chips.
That's an ace. Tournament players love an ace. Like seeing an ace is like, I'm not giving up.
No, no. Especially
Jack
on the big blind.
6-5. Yeah, Jack 6-5 on the flop. Rainbow as well, and a small 2 overcards and a runner flush draw possibility for the +1. And Lee takes it down. Easy money. Oh, no, sorry. Liao c-bets and takes it down. The chip leader remains a chip leader with just about 100 big blinds. Ban Jiwei has a chance, 64 big blinds, coming in at third. At the very bottom, we have Jeffrey Lowe, 12 big blinds. It's going to be... it's going to need a lot of patience. Wait for the right hand to get back into somewhere a little bit more healthy for Jeffrey. For the new viewers just joining us, this is the APT Jeju 2024 Super High Roller event. We are down to 8 players who will play down to the champion. So this will be completed today. The table is still quite deep. But speaking of being deep, ace queen of Jeffrey Lowe jamming from +2. Ooh. Yang picks up pocket tens, asking for a count. He is not super healthy either. 28 big blinds. He calls off that with pocket tens. He rejams with pocket tens. Pocket threes would get away, and we will see a classic flip. Tens versus ace queens suited. Jeffrey is praying for a queen or an ace. Boom, there's a queen. Queen 4-3 rainbow. Jeffrey races ahead with the top pair, top kicker. 2 outs for Yang. That's not one of them. Still 2 outs. 6%. And we see the river. Boom, that's another queen. Trips. Jeffrey Lowe. Patience pays off. Now he's up to 27 big blinds, which is one of the middling stacks. Very, very workable. Go, Jeffrey. It's looking good. By the way, this APT Jeju series has something quite special, which is they are spreading cash games throughout the day. So these players, you know, they could either jump onto the next event, or they can go and play some fun cash games at the casino. Of course, they can also go swimming or enjoying the facilities of the resort. I hear is quite beautiful. And there's plenty to do as well on Jeju Island. You know, it's a very good place to hike. A nice cycling track as well. Yeah, well, he couldn't call with pocket threes, so there you go, Gilbert. Welcome, Gilbert. Wow, someone from Tonga. Would it be really early in the morning? From the button, Lee opens with King Queen off. Big blind is defending 6-5 off, which is perfectly reasonable. Flop comes 9-9-6. Liao hits the bottom pair. Pairs the board, always good in hold'em. Bottom pair decides to check raise. If that check raise, does it or not? Oh no, he calls. Turns a queen straight away. So the turn queen really just puts Lee way ahead of big blind's bottom pair. Bottom pair decided to check raise on the flop, which is going to be a difficult problem on this turn.
Yes, it is. We do like to see a lot of these raises. They top pair, which is the 6 here, does really like to check raise on paired boards, especially out of the big blind here, and pretty much any card over the 6 is going to be a very heavy check.
So this is the confusing bit about the time bank. Sometimes you see them reaching towards something, and there's a time bank. So he's thinking over the hand, just one overcard on the board. And he's also looking at the stack depth here. Only 34 big blinds behind. The pot is over 20 big blinds already. So calling this bet means an SPR of 1 on the river. Reaches out for the time bank again.
It's a very tough decision, and check raising top pairs on the flop is one of the hardest things to learn in my experience learning cash games. It's very, very, very tough to play on turns, as over half the deck is going to be tough, and when faced with aggression, especially out of position, it just gets difficult, but it is necessary, I do believe.
It's hard to balance, that's for sure. Gives it up. Correct decision.
Very well played.
Showed
by
one
Luo.
card, I think. Lee, I think, showed a queen or a king, just flashed it in front of Leo, saying, I had it. At risk are Jeffrey Low and Yang. 27 big blinds and 15 big blinds respectively. Welcome the 400 plus viewers from all over the world. I saw someone leaving a comment saying he's watching from Tonga. That's really cool. Thank you for tuning in.
That is very cool. All the Tongans I've met have been very nice people. I worked with quite a few of them up on a banana farm in Australia, in Tully.
What?
Yes.
Banana farm. Oh, interesting.
It's the natural career path. You go from the army to banana picker, real estate, to poker commentator. Tanastorm picking up the pocket queens here. Unfortunately, not going to get any action.
Would you feel boring? Because you just can't understand. You still be 1 hour? Really? Why?
So Fan Jiwei is known for his bubbly personality. Apart from the ace-5 hand, he's always a fun presence at the table. And you can see why he's a very popular poker coach in Taiwan.
Looks like Lee is thinking about getting aggressive here with the Queen 10 of diamonds. We saw him make quite a few. Oh, is this just a call? Just a flat here in the hijack.
Well, we'll see the flop. Wow, pairs up the ace again. Ace, ace, 8. 2 hearts. No hearts as insight at all. All the diamonds out there. So Lee is drawing to a pair. And some bets. Leading in from under the gun. With king high. Lee is defending. Floating even. Turns of 3. I think that's as blank as you're going to get. Unlikely to help either player's ranges. Don't imagine there'll be a 3 in either player's range. But hey, king 5. 3 isn't that far off. So I will shut up. Checks the turn.
I think Lee's got to take a stab here if he decides to float the turn with a hand that essentially has no hope.
He'll be so bloody sexy if he gets check raised on that turn. River's a 4. So 5 blocks all the straight possibilities.
Yeah, he's going to block the deuce 5 suited, which is in the hijack cold call range.
Are you sure?
And we're going to see a check.
King high takes it down.
Interesting.
Hello， 台湾的朋友，你好。这是那个 APT Super High Roller 的比赛啊，我们 新下来只有8个人了，全部都 ITM 了。范继威有蛮多的筹码，有机会赢得一个冠军啊！所以大家多多支持范继威。Whew, okay, there you go. I've got a timer set to my Mandarin timer. So every 20 to 30 minutes, I will say something in Mandarin.
I like it.
I just need to learn some Thai, some Vietnamese. 今天会不会有看到 Ace 5？我不知道哦。我觉得如果他用 Ace 5去赢那个冠军，就非常酷。冠军这个冠军有17万多的美金，17万多的美金。
We're seeing Jeffrey Lowe pick up the king-queen suit in the small blind. This could be a reshove spot for him, sitting here with just about 25 big blinds in his stack. It is an under-the-gun raise, though. And we're going to see just a call, going to keep it safe. There is a short stack with Wang sitting on 15 big blinds right now. Flop unlikely to connect with either player here. Fan still with the mystery hand under the gun.
The standard check from Jeffrey now.
Yeah, if he was in the big blind, he could consider a lead, but in the small blind, I don't know.
I don't know what he can rep, to be honest.
It would most likely be his hand like pocket 7s or 8s, just going for a small protection thing, but that's almost impossible to balance. And I think it would just be better to just check call.
Checking leaves you open to check racing as well, which is good, right? You know,
Yep.
just gives you another tool in the arsenal. And Fan Jiwei takes it down. Very, very steady. I think there's it's just turned into a little bit of a cagey affair, actually, this. There's no one going too out of line.
I mean, we did see a king 5 suited open under the gun last hand.
And showdown king high.
Yep.
And win.
And win.
I stand corrected.
Ooh, 5-4 suited here in +2. I would not be able to resist. And neither can Tennis.
Nothing too out of line. 5-4 suited. You cannot resist 5-4 suited +2, huh?
It would be tough for me to not 4-bet 5-4 suited.
Right, we are inviting you to come and play our MTTs for sure, 100%.
Maybe not MTTs, but I will be there for cash.
All right. Fan Jiwei also cannot resist a 2 Broadway cards, I'm sure.
No.
Against a +2, though, he'll be a lot more conservative. A lot more conservative.
And you are correct. He does just make the call here.
Flop comes 10-8-4, 2 spades.
And look at that. That is why you open.
Thailand is yes, is hitting left, right, and center. Got the bottom pair plus a baby flush draw. Bets 100k and easily does it.
I've noticed in tournament play, Almost everyone is c-betting around 100% here. Are c-bet percentages a lot higher in tournaments than cash, Steven?
Definitely. No slow playing. The stack size, you get the implied odds is far worse here. Like you're not realizing that that's not much for you to gain. You're not going to win 200 big blinds in a hand.
Yes.
So you take it down, you lower your risk premium, and you just what you want to do is gradually increasing your stack size. And taking down 4 big blinds is almost 10% for a lot of players at the table.
Yeah, very true. Kevin Poo picking up the ace-jack off on the hijack. Going to bump it up here to 100K. Blinds have gone up to 25K, 50K. Once again, cutting into their stacks. And Anson picking up the ace-queen off on the button here. This might be one of those spots where in the 35 big blind range, ace-queen does just get in there as a reshove. But he's just going to bump it up to 300K here. Oh, no way. Pocket queens for Fan. A much stronger hand than the ace-5 suited he's used to.
To him, is all the same.
He is here just to battle it out. And probably going to see a 50 big blind shove here, do you think?
I think he might go tricky, actually. Yeah, he go tricky. He is going tricky. He's that kind of kid. It's almost like, am I squeezing? Do I have a premium? Am I bluffing? 750 4-bet. Ace-jack walked away.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
And ace-queen getting a very good price here.
He wants that. He wants to see that. Right? He wants you to be indifferent.
It's a really tough spot with ace-queen specifically.
But first of all, Fan must be quite happy that Anson hasn't acted quickly, which perhaps indicates that Fan is ahead. Wow, this is going to develop into... We might see a new chip leader after this hand.
Really safe flop considering the pre-flop action. Fan is going to be quite happy about his hand. The most likely candidate he's got to worry for is pocket aces and potentially kings that are trapping pre-flop. But overall, a 3 and 4 bet range is not really going to interact with this board.
That is so correct. I cannot say it better. But it would be so sexy if Fan checks here.
It would be tough. I think aces, you can definitely mix in the trap here, potentially kings, but when you get to these lower pairs like queens, jacks, tens, you really just want to be betting out for protection here, really charge those overcards.
Queens is right on the line for me. Jacks, I'll definitely bet, for sure.
Yeah.
But queens, ooh.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate mixing with queens here. And we are going to see a c-bet here from Fan. 600K, a little bit on the larger side for a 4-bet, and is going to take it down just like that. Picking up $1 million in chips in this pot here. Is he our new chip lead? Sitting on 71 big blinds?
He is our new chip lead. As I said earlier, we are going to see a new chip leader. Fan Jiwei, the man known for his bravery. is now the chip leader at the APT Jeju 2024 Super High Roller event. It's looking very sharp and very focused. Kevin Pu is actually a WSOP bracelet winner from China. So
yes,
I see all the debates in the comment section on YouTube.
Look at this, Jeffrey Lowe picking up the pocket aces here. Cool as a cucumber, not giving away anything. Is that a limp?
Limping aces.
Beautiful.
Now opens a small open. Yeah. No, small open. I think it's a min click open here.
Ah, yes, yes.
Hijack. Yeah. So that was a bit of you. Why are you looking at me? I'm going to look at you now. From Jeffrey there.
And looks like, is that a raise? Those are raising chips. Oh, you gotta be so happy here in Jeffrey's spot.
Folds back to Jeffrey. I wouldn't be too critical if Jeffrey decides to just flat here.
I think that's probably the preferred play, given, you know, Fanchi has definitely got a history of making some very loose re-raises. Doesn't want to lose him. And it's pocket aces on 16 big blinds. How bad can it get?
Yeah.
Well, we're about to see.
Go
Gonna take
on,
a flop
Jeffrey.
here.
Oh, it's so good. Oh my God. All the spade draw on Jeffrey's side as well. So if a spade drops on the turn, it's going to be a full double up.
Absolutely.
Welcome to the unbiased coverage of the APT.
I think both players will be quite happy to see this flop. Fanchi might
Correct.
just go with it with the queen of spades.
Fan is going to continue. It's going to continue with 100K. Downsizing back to 2 big blinds. 2 big, so 20% really, or less than 20% pot. Micro sizing here.
We do see some very small sizings on monotone boards. And Jeffrey just going to come along for the call. A really nice brick there with a deuce of clubs. Now Jeffrey is ahead of hands.
Yeah, how is Jeffrey going to stack off? Like, he's thinking, what can I do to get that 11 big blinds in? How are we going to set up this river jam?
I think the play is just to play as passively as possible. Just check call here. There are no bad rivers in the deck for him. And this also helps him protect if he does have a hand like ace-king here that just wants to be able to not face
Fan
a
does
river
it for
bet.
him. Fan is putting in a pretty chunky bet. I think that is 600K. 800K. That's all in. There's a call. Aces. Yep. Got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Again, Fan.
Yes. Gotta give it to him for having some heart there. Unfortunately, he is drawing dead here against Jeffrey's pocket aces.
There you go, Jeffrey. Full double up.
And Jeffrey, our short stack, now sitting on 40 big blinds here. 2 million in chips, getting close to the chip lead.
And that beautiful Lion Trophy is within reach for Jeffrey Lowe from Hong Kong. By the way, you know, we were talking about people dressing up in pretty blingy outfits walking onto the final table. What's the most blink outfit you've ever seen at a poker table, Sam?
You know, outside right now we have someone dressed up as a delivery driver, a Grab driver in a bike helmet and everything.
Japanese man, yes, we saw him. Yes.
Yeah, that one's pretty crazy. I have seen just a bathrobe, which was a little bit weird.
Was that Jungle Man? Jungle Man does something like that often.
Oh, you know, I like his outfits. No, this was back in Canada, just at a 1-2 table.
So maybe he literally did just get out of the shower. It wasn't like a dressed up thing. I saw a t-shirt one time at the WSOP Asia Series final table. A famous player from Macau had a Spider-Man t-shirt, but the Spider-Man figure was done in diamonds and rubies.
Very nice.
I remember thinking, do you dry clean this? How do you wash this? Like, what temperature do you put in the washing machine? Do you go like low spinning, 20 degrees? You know, how does it work?
Oh, we got a big hand here. Luo opened up the pocket queens under the gun, and Anson with pocket tens and the hijack. How does he want to proceed here? Just a flat call. Oh, Tanasorn with the ace-5 of clubs, sitting on 47 big blinds. One of the player's most favorite 3-bet bluff candidates, aside from apparently king-7 suited.
That's a new thing. Trendy. Like a Spider-Man t-shirt made of diamonds and rubies.
I don't know if that's trendy. Did he just move all in? Wow, and there it is. Tanasorn moving all in for 40 big ones, the ace-5 of clubs. Like I said, one of these, it is. It is. I'm a big fan of it myself.
Dot in the comments says, Silver bait. Oh, I love that. Operator from Natural 8, can we give him $1 for that comment? I think he deserves it. Operator, can you give him a $1 cash on Natural 8? Because I think that is the best comment today. You've won the internet. Silver bait. Sorry, I'm laughing out loud physically. I'm lolling physically.
And Luo is going to make the call, and I think Anson is pretty easy fold here with the pocket tens.
Yeah, it's going to walk away. Yeah, get rid.
Yeah, get out of there, Anson. I want to see the expression on fans' face when he sees the ace-5 of clubs here.
He'll be nodding in agreement.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Look at that. That was a mix of emotions right there. The ace as the second card revealed, and then the queen. Tanasorn is going to need a lot of help here.
There's a
Ooh.
lot of chops. Well, it's just 110 because 2 10s got folded. 10.
Ooh, and a full house for Luo, who's going to make a big double up. Now sitting in the chip lead with $4.8 million in chips, not dollars.
Phew. Okay, I take it all back. I was saying about 20 minutes ago that the game was a bit cagey and a bit snug. Nope, not true. I am wrong. I stand corrected completely. I'm totally incorrect.
Well, Tennis Sword
That
still
was
has 2 big blinds remaining, so he is still in it. We did see Jeffrey Lowe come back from a 10 big blind stack, so maybe we'll see something similar from seat 9 here.
It is possible, yes. That is a huge double up for seat number 1, Liao. And he is now the chip leader with 95 big blinds, closely followed by Anson, 63 big blinds, Fan with 52 big blinds. After that, Queen Jack off, walking into aces. Gilbert, that's never stopped anyone from speaking Mandarin at all. They have not stopped speaking Mandarin. I know what you're getting at, but no, they have not stopped speaking Mandarin. This is this table is a bit like a, instead of APTs, a bit like a CPT, China Poker Tour. But Jeju being a visa-free country, and with the Golden Week in China, there is a large contingent of Chinese players going to Jeju to play. So if you're interested in playing the main event and the remaining events of the series, book your ticket, go to Jeju. Landing Casino awaits. Vidar makes a very good point here. If the pocket 10s got in as well, would have made a straight on the turn, and the river paired up to make it a full house. That would have been good TV. A bit too cruel, but but good TV nonetheless. We like to see tragedy and suffering. Yes.
And we have Fan opening up his favorite hand here, the Ace-5 offsuit in the hijack, bumping it up to 100K here.
Well, it was his favorite hand.
And it's pretty much going to flop Luo dead here. He did defend the 6-4 off. He does have some chips now to play around with. Well, I don't see too much happening in this hand.
Yeah, bets, folds. Next hand.
Gilbert go in chat. Fan gets Ace-5 finally.
Wins with Ace-5 finally.
Yeah.
That was something funny happened in Taipei a few months ago after the APT incident, the APT tragedy. Fan actually won a high roller event in Taipei, and his second to last hand was Ace-5. He didn't win with Ace-5.
Oh,
but
close.
And then he won with Ace-5. He won with, like, I don't know, pocket kings or something orthodox. And he asked the photographer whether he could have Ace-5 as his winning hand on the photo.
Oh, love it.
So perhaps it's still his favorite hand.
Oh, we saw Yang.
Because when I saw the photo, I actually like texted him straight away. What, did you really win with Ace 5? And he went, no, he didn't. He wanted that for memories.
Yeah, we saw Yang get out of there with a short stack, the King 9 suited in the hijack. Good thing he did, because Lee picks up the Ace Queen off in the cutoff. It's going to raise up to 100k, and Luo is having some nasty thoughts here with a 9-6 suited in the small blind. Now he's going to get out of there. Easy defend here with the 10-9 off from Kevin in the big blind.
All right, let's see the flop. 10-8-3. Kevin Poon flops top pair. That's how you win a WSOP bracelet. See, I'm not a very big fan of this C-bet at all. Doesn't seem to do anything, doesn't seem to accomplish anything here.
No, it's a board that's going to be a little bit better for the big blind as well. Kevin opting
Maybe
not to raise
betting,
here.
C-betting to try to take it down on the turn, maybe?
That is a good turn to do it on as well. Picking up a gut shot here and an overcard to Kevin's 10.
I don't think Lee is slowing down here. But please be aware of the stack sizes. If we get a call here, the pot would be 1 million. So the SPI is going to be 1.5. Okay, well, let's see the river. A jack would be sexy. Nope. A deuce, as blank as it's going to get. A deuce of diamonds.
Indeed.
Does not change the texture at all in any shape or form. Checks it. Leaving room for Lee to bluff.
Wow, Lee is going to move all in here. Can Kevin make the call? It's tough. He's got to put him on ace queen or ace jack. Maybe some sort of lower busted flush draw. It's not an easy call to make here.
An over pot jam. The pot was 1 million. And he jams 1.5. Like I said earlier, 1.5 SPR.
Oh, Kevin's only got 1.1, so around a pot size.
Okay,
jam.
Fair enough.
Effectively. Kevin doesn't have spades. It's nice. The 9 isn't a great card, though. So he does want his opponent to have jack 9, 7, 9. That's going to miss and need to bluff the river, which is definitely in a cutoff open range here.
Not easy.
What do you think, chat? Is he
Not
going to call?
easy.
Is he going to fold? I think he's going to make the call.
He folds it.
Oh, wow. I was wrong. Nice heart from Lee there to fire off the triple barrel bluff with the ace queen.
So Kevin Poon is now down to the 22 big blind mark. We have one very short stack. I think that's a consideration there too, right? You know, the ICM virus is very, very real.
It's the
Okay,
next
just
page.
back to the back to the Fan Jiwei story as well. So he used ace 5 off to crack aces.
No.
In the tournament, heads up, yeah, and then won with something more orthodox, and then
Wow.
he showed he wanted the ace 5 as his winning hand.
That is insane.
That Mr. Fan Jiwei, ladies and gentlemen.
But yeah, back to the ICM implications. 8th place is currently guaranteed 23,000 USD, just a little bit over double the current entry, and 7th place is a jump to 29K, so about 0.6 of a buy-in there for the next place jump.
Nothing happened there. Open, fold, 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 and we are on to the next hand. So you were saying the weather in Jeju is quite pleasant. I can't say the same about Hong Kong. It's raining heavily, very overcast, well, raining heavily, and doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon.
Oh, at least you're indoors. Oh, there it is. There's the King 7 suited you were talking about.
Silver bait. Oh, I love that so much. Thank you. This is very, very good. Silver bait is excellent. Thank you. Whoever said that, I hope you are rewarded accordingly. But he folds it. He didn't take the silver bait.
No, he did not.
Maybe it's reserved for a cold 4-bet.
It's not an open, but it's a cold 4-bet.
Jeffrey Lowe, BVB. Jack 10 off. One of my favorite combos.
I don't think this is a raise spot. Anson having so much behind and just being able to put so much pressure on you. I think this is just going to have to be a limp. He does indeed limp. Anson, look at that. Speaking of, picks up the ace-king suited in the big blind. Nice sizing here from Anson. It's going to put these medium strength hands like Jack 10 off, especially in a blind versus blind situation, in a rough spot. Jeffrey's going to have to play this one out of position. Might be dominated. It's going to be tough here for him. He does make the call, so we are going to take a flop heads up here.
Jeffrey could still be ahead some of the time. Not that often. And now he is ahead. Flops a 10.
Yeah, Anson is going to be raising a very polarized range from the big blind, I imagine. Some very strong hands and then just some absolute garbage that doesn't want to check back.
C bets 200k, all big blinds. Should be a pretty straightforward call for Jeffrey, considering he has the backdoor flush draw in diamonds. And the turn is pretty blank. 3 of clubs. Doesn't really change much here. It's a very standard check from Jeffrey. Anson knows he is not holding the best hand currently. So it's either another bluff or give up. 450. That's almost 10 big blinds. That's going to leave Jeffrey in a slightly difficult situation because after he calls, he'll be down to 20 bigs.
It's a really nice turn sizing to set up a just slightly over half pot all in on the river. I really like this size from Anson here.
Yes. I don't think that helps anyone. The 4.
No, no.
And there's no point rattling the cage from Jeffrey. Checks.
No.
Is it going to be a misstep from Anson? Because it's very tempting to jam that river. Nope. Plays it safe. Gives up. Jeffrey up to 54 big blinds. Could be second in chips now. Nope, he's third in chips.
Nearly, nearly.
Liao, yep, he is the chip leader after that pocket queens versus ace-5 hand. And then Fan Jiwei, 56 big blinds. Jeffrey Low, 54. And then closely followed by someone with 50 big blinds. So very tight up top there. And also Anson with 45 big blinds. So we have a clear demarcation here. The top 5s are, you know, pretty safe. And then we had Kevin, Yang, and our friend from Thailand being short stacked. What do you do with one big blind here with a7 off?
I mean, you're gonna pay the big blind in a couple hands. This might just be the best opportunity to get it in. But no, he's just gonna let it go. I think it's close enough either way. What do you think, Steven?
He's still got a few more hands before the big blind. Now, I think he will be jamming UTG like any 2 almost. So, like with only one big blind, he can only win back his own ante, right? So he can't wait until he needs to pose his big blind.
Yeah.
So UTG will be the one. So a7 is, I would actually jam it, stack it off, because it's a little bit too close to home now, +2. Unlikely to be getting a better hand in the next 2 hands. But hey, that's just me. Like in a big blind ante format is not worth just posting an ante and winning back the ante.
No,
it's no point.
See a 9-7-4
Anson hits
flop.
Yep, 9-7-4. Fan Jiwei picks up a gut shot. Yes. Oh no,
No, not quite.
I'm lying. Not at all. Not at all. I am just dreaming here. But a club means he thinks he's a flush. He has a flush draw and a top pair. He's going to bet this. 75,000. That's practically one big blind. Targeting the 7s and the 9s, etc. Gets a call. Rivers a 5. That's 2 pair. still, he is going to try to extract as much value as possible here. Yep, he's going to bet big.
Overbet looks like 4.5. 450k into the middle.
That's what he tells his students to do.
I like it. I love overbets. I would love to see the check raise all in from Anson here. Really nice blockers. Just the call, and look at that. Fan Chi getting the 1.5x overbet in with some pretty thin value for that sizing with the 2 pair, and gets heroed by the 7-6. Very nice play by Fan Chi.
Wow. So back to your comment earlier, about Anson check jamming that river. That would have been a crazy move.
Yeah, but he's blocking a straight. He's blocking the flushes as well as some 2 pair and sets, and it's gonna look extremely strong. Check raising and overbets.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't. I'm very sure. You didn't, and you have to take the win. Thank you.
So Fan Chi is complaining about the shot clock a little bit. But he's always been a vocal player at the table. Pocket uses UTG. Good. I like it.
I don't.
You don't, right?
Oh, wow. Tennisorn, the Jack 7 of clubs and +1. That's got to be a shove there, surely.
Well, he folded A7.
Yeah.
Everyone， 我知道他的名字是七位，所以我叫他范七位，因为中文的世界就是 surname 就是 first surname first， 就是他是范七位。我知道，我明白你说应该是七位范，不过范七位好像不知道，就是我就叫他范七位咯，就是这样。So I've been going to Taipei regularly for the past 7 years, and I spoke 0 Mandarin when I first went over, and now I'm getting, I would say, 25% fluency.
25%?
Oh, A7 again.
Oh, wow.
A7 again. There you go. Come on.
No.
That is... Yeah, okay. He must have his reasons.对啊，我是香港人啊，我只是不会说国语啦。对不起。That is... Maybe he knew Kevin had pocket 7s. Glitch of the RFID system. Security! Integrity problems. How did he fold at A7?
Once again, Sunday Superstack will restart in about 4 minutes.
Hansen making a speculative call here with the king 9 suited. We saw the pocket 7s as well as the 5-4 suited get out of there. Unfortunately, Hansen is dominated here. And wow, what a flop for the king 9 of diamonds here on the jack 8-6, 2 diamonds. Not a whole lot going on for Luo, and not a board he's going to want to be c-betting too often here. It does have a little bit of disconnect though.
As you can see on the screen and the graphics, it's an actually right on the line flip. King 9 with a diamond draw versus King 10 with no draw whatsoever.
And Anson raising it up here to 225k. Most likely going to get the job done here from Luo. I don't think he can hang on. No, there it is. Anson picking up a few chips there. And we are going to see an all-in here from Tanasorn, who is going to post the big blind as well as the ante, going to put all of his remaining chips into the middle here.
So he's actually got more than one big blind. He's almost got 2 big blinds. Okay, maybe that is the reason why he hasn't like gone too crazy. So he's eligible to win the ante as well as 90k as the big blind. So he won't win the full big blind. He'll win the 90k.
It actually looks like he has chips behind here. If the graphics were correct and he only had 90k. Oh no, 7 deuce. But it does show him all in here. We'll have to see.
Now, I think the graphics may not be so accurate here.
Maybe.
The 7 deuce is correct, surely. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't be laughing at other people's misfortune. The 7 seems to be haunting him. A7, Jack 7, A7 again, now 7 deuce.
Yes. And Fan is going to pick up the pocket 8s here. Raise it up here to 135.
Easy ISO. Easy isolate here. What do I do?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yes. It
Oh,
does
he
look like he
beat,
has some behind, though, some chips behind, and it looks like he is making a decision to call it off, and he does call it off there with a 7 deuce. Up against the pocket 8.
He's 6
Very
deuce, he beats,
unfortunate.
5 deuce, and you can dominate many hands. many combos. All right, we are rooting for our friend from Thailand.
Beautiful shot there, the trophy up for grabs. A giant golden lion. Oh, what's happened here?
He folded.
Oh, he folded the 7 deuce.
Yeah, because I think the chip count was slightly incorrect, so he still had enough to pose his small blind, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a few chips. Yeah, so I think the graphics was slightly off there, but no worries. So that's okay. That could explain why he was folding A7, Jack 7, and A7.
Yeah, that does make a little bit more sense now. How much does he have behind? Looks like 100 and maybe about 100k.
Hmm. So in the camera, we have Jeffrey Low on the left from Hong Kong, grinding up from a very short stack, now healthy, over 50 big blinds. And then Anson from Malaysia, who was the chip leader getting onto the final table. Now he's still up there, in for a shout. Kevin Poo, opening from UTG. $120 there, maybe. $105? $135, okay. Pocket jacks from Lee on the button. Should be an easy 3-bet here. Well, not an easy 3-bet, but could 3-bet here. Because against a UTG Open, pretty short stack as well, 16 big blinds. So when he 3-bets, he's willing to stack off here.
And this is going to put enormous amounts of pressure on Kevin here, seeing as Tanasor in seat 9 has maybe a big blind left. Yeah.
Wow. There
He's
you
feeling
go.
that pressure. Does have to let it go.
The ICM virus.
The ICM virus.
Spreading like smallpox in some countries. I'm not going to name any. I'm really sorry, Thai viewers. I am not at all familiar with the Thai language. I can say Sawadee ka, and that's about it. So, Sawadee ka. Welcome to the APT Super High Roller event at Jeju. This event had 67 entries. Now we're down to the last 8 players. The winner will take home 176,000 American dollars, and this on your left you can see the beautiful lion trophy.
And we did see the updated graphics there. It looks like Tanasor has around 370k, so around 5-6 big blinds behind.
Okay. That explains all the A7 and Jack 7 and A7 folds earlier.
Yes, and he is tied for last place with Yang currently. They're both sitting on around 6 big blinds. Kevin Poo 16, so a little bit of ICM here. We see a raise from Anson up to 120k, opting to use that min raise sizing. I like the min raise sizing here, especially the 2 short stacks behind, and I don't think a 2.2x is going to change Kevin's flatting range from the big blind when he's on 14 bigs.
Very, very true.
Yeah, and they're going to take a flop. 10-8 suited, pocket 6s, fair fight. And oh no, a set for Anson here, and top pair for Kevin Poo. Not much left behind to play with, about 2.5 SPR on the flop. I don't see how Kevin gets away here. See a 1 big blind bet from Anson here. Really just letting Kevin hang himself.
Ooh. It's going to be difficult because there are backdoor flush possibilities, top pair, and backdoor straight possibilities. There's no getting away from this, at least on the flop.
No, not for 1 big blind. Probably not the turn card Kevin wanted to see, but I can't imagine him folding the turn here.
definitely not the turn Cat Anson wanted to see. Might kill all the action.
Yeah.
You know, what was calling the flop, what was floating the flop, that consists of a king. What combos from the big blind? King 10.
Yeah.
King Jack? No, not even King Jack, right?
No, no. There is one combo King 6 suited left. Maybe some King 5 suited, but
yeah.
These are all very, very narrow ranges to turn top pair, or turn 2 pair rather.
Mm.
Kevin going to use one of his time banks here, give himself an additional 30 seconds to think. It is a very, very tough spot, and this bet seems a little bit too big.
Anson would have much preferred to see a Jack or a 7 on the turn.
Yes. Wow, gets away. Look at that. Anson probably winning the minimum there.
Bracelet winner, you see? WSOP bracelet winner, that's how he plays.
And it shows.
Yang with 6 big blinds. Kevin Pooh, 12 big blinds. They're all in the red zone. Fan Jiwei and Jeffrey Lowe are hunting the chip leader, Liao, with 73 big blinds. And don't forget Lee and Anson. They are at around the 40 big blind mark.
Nice. Lee pick up the pocket nines here in the hijack. Very easy open for him.
Speaking of the devil.
With Anson in the big blind, he may opt to use a slightly larger sizing up to 2.2. Let's see. What is that, 2.05 or so? A nice hand here to raise from Luo. You sort of want to use the card that's slightly under the hijack's offsuit open range. So if Lee's opening up hands that have an offsuit jack in there, having the hand that's 1 pip below does make for a good 3-bet bluff here. And indeed, he does go for the raise up to 375,000 from Luo. Back on Lee. How do you think he proceeds, Steven?
Well, against a chip leader from the button, you're going to be 3-betting pretty light. I wouldn't mind 4-betting just to get rid, but
it is a disaster though if he gets snapped off.
Yeah. But I think flatting really just you see this flop, what are you going to do?
Hate yourself.
Well, that's very negative.
I mean, are you happy to see this with pocket nines against the chip leader out of position?
I'm going to send you some contacts for a therapist. You know, stop hating yourself. It's okay. Joking aside, this is a horrendous flop for Lee with pocket nines. Cannot be happy.
And
maybe I should be sending the therapist contact to Lee, not to you.
And Luo has a very nice hand here to bluff. He's got the gut shot. The 10 of spades is really nice. It's going to block his opponent from having some call downs here.
Oh, that was very funny, Sam. But hate yourself? Wow, that's so dark. That's super dark. The buy-in, Eric, is 10,000 American dollars. 10K. So this is the Super High Roller event at APT Jeju 2024. 10,000 buy-in USD. Winner would take home 176. So that's a 17x or for the winner, which is pretty nice.
Another time bank used by Lee, really considering his options here on the flop. It's got to be a little bit of a tell to use 2 time banks just on the flop here.
He is not hating himself at all.
Oh,
he is going to...
Is that a raise?
Yes, he's going to take fate in his own hand. Instead of feeling sorry for himself, looking at this disgusting flop, he is check racing.
Interesting hand selection here to do it with.
And he's pretty much committing himself here as well.
600K. Wow, gets it done.
Wow, there you go.
And it's gonna show as well.
Shows. And then I was like, yeah, you beat me. Well done. So here we go. So we have Lee playing the Super High Roller final table, proactively changing his fortunes. And then we have Sam in the booth saying, hating himself. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the difference.
That's why he's at the final table and I'm in here.
I'm joking, Sam. I'm joking. You just that reaction was so authentic. It was very funny. I like it very much. Wow, that was very gutsy. Very brave, very brave. Turns out to be the right decision.
Indeed.
Denying all the equity of the King 10. Hand 37. Once again, I welcome our viewers from all around the world. I see a lot of Thai viewers. Sawadee ka. Some people from Taipei. Ni hao, da zha hao. And then Tonga, I don't know. Do they speak English in Tonga?
I believe their language is Tongan, but don't quote me on that.
Indeed. But they must speak a bit of English. So, hello.
Yang sitting here at the pocket 9s on 6 big blinds.
Korean here too. So have you learned how to say hello in Korean yet, Sam?
No, I have not.
Put you on the spot, I'm sorry.
Wow, he lets it go. The pocket 9s on 6 big blinds. Didn't want to take the spot there. Oh. Here we go with the ace 5 off. Let's it go.
Hello from Vietnam. Hello from Vietnam. Hello, hello, hello. Well, it seems our friend from Thailand is... Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Because he knew that was going to be aces behind him.
How do they know?
안녕하세요. That's hello in Korean, apparently. Thank you. So aces jams is remaining 11, 12 big blinds. 12 big blinds. Freya，我在笑我的另外一个主持，因为他说他看到那个 Ace Jack 的 flop， 就觉得就是你如果有 Pocket Nines 的话，只有 hate myself。我就是跟他说，这个玩家没有 hate himself， 他就是用自己的方法把 pot 赢回来。所以就是我们在直播跟玩家的不同，就是我们直播，因为我们没有玩家打得那么好，就是这个意思。
Very nice.
So you caught me saying hating myself, right? I was trying to explain the situation. No, you were saying I was laughing too hard because it was very funny. That's why. It was super ironic. It was like proper Seinfeld moment.
We're here to have fun.
Well, I'm trying to keep it, so that it's a long stream. It's going to take a long time to finish this table, and it's if we just go on just reading the flop, then you can do that yourself, right? There's no point us being here. So, just keep it light and be informative and entertaining sometimes.
Yes, I agree. It looks like he threw the ante in and it stood right up there. I think that was all the exclamations from the players. Oh, there it is. The
Finally.
man has waited for his spot, and here it is. The pocket nines is going to move all in for 80,000.
Show Jack says Venice is fit. Yes, she's growing up to be a beautiful dealer. Correct. No longer a youngster. She's been dealing for almost 6 years now. So she's really growing up. I've seen her growing up into a fine lady that she is. Jeffrey Lowe, a decision here. Ace Queen off. Is he going to isolate? He's just going to flat. Not worrying about being squeezed from Fan Jiwei. You know what he's like. So we have 2 callers against this jam.
Yeah, Yang only had to put in a third of a big blind to make this call, so even though he is on 4 big blinds, I think it's a no-brainer here with almost any 2.
Not the worst flop in the world for Yang here, actually. Not great, but not the worst.
Yeah, not bad for the pocket nines either. Only 1 overcard, and he does have the gut shot as well.
Check that flop. Turns a 5, which gives Yang a open-ended straight draw. And the river is a 6. So that helps Jeffrey. That does not help Jeffrey at all. Checks behind, hoping for a cheap showdown here. Pocket 9 wins. Yay. Now he's grinded back up to 5 big blinds.
Still in the running, still at 8 players remaining.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Oh, such a good table. So we'll be taking a short break in about 15 minutes time. And the blinds will go up after that, of course. And I will be swapping in. Videur is going to be swapping in taking over from me. And Sam and Vidar will take you all the way until we see a champion. Probably, I think around 9 p.m. Sorry, Sam.
That sounds about right, Stephen.
About 9 p.m. Maybe just before.
Oh, we may see another all-in here. And indeed, Tanastorm is going to move all in with the king, queen off under the gun for 5 big blinds. 330k, leaving himself 1 chip behind.
Of course. Okay, are we going to see any tragedy? Yes, we are. Yeah. Yes,
that
we
didn't
are.
take long, did it, Stephen?
Yeah. Would have been faster if the RFID sensor was quicker. Always going to happen. But hey, you know, he still has 3 queens.
He does.
So that's a small isolation bet here to 600k. Just making his intention clear to the table. I am taking over.
There it is. Tanastorm at risk here. An underdog, 28% for his tournament life. He has locked himself up 23,000 USD.
It's good effort. It's not the end yet. You know, we make it sound like it's the nails in the coffin. Not at all. That will be a queen. Come on. Show us a queen, Venice.
Oh.
A queen is not going to help now.
No.
Hmm.
That is it.
10-0. Now is it. Congratulations. We have an 8th place finisher. Sailor from Thailand. Eliminated 8th place. He was struggling for the longest time with a very short stack. And his patience hasn't really paid off. On to the next one. Thank you, Venice. We are swapping dealers again with our friend from Taipei. Oh no, she's not. Is she? Yes, she is. As you can see, the as the camera is panning across the poker room, is another full house on a Sunday afternoon. J07, the buy-in for this event is 10,000 American dollars. 这个比赛的 buy-in 是1万美金。Casper K payout for the up top for the winner. Winner would take home 176,000 American dollars.
Van picking up the ace queen also here in the cutoff. Definitely going to raise it up here. He is going to opt for the 2.05 size that we're seeing, the 125k. It's just easy to pick up 5 green chips, isn't it, Stephen?
Mm-hmm.
And that is going to get it done. Oh no, Luo's he's still holding on.
He will get it done though. First 名的奖金是 $1,000,000美金. Oh, no, he did go to see the flop. Fan flopped top pair, top kicker, and Leo has a bottom pair. And knowing Fan will pretty much bet, c-bet 100%, Leo is going to float, likely to be floating this flop with bottom pair and some runner straight possibilities. Turn to 6. I was talking about this straight runner straight possibilities, and here it is. A 4 would have been better, but a 6 gives him a gut shot, and all the 2-pair combos and trips, so 7 outs in total, 20% equity. So he needs to call off a bet that is 4-1. Bets 300k into 540. That's not laying 4-1. Top pair, top kicker. And must be pretty happy here. Reaches out for a 10 bank. So what do you think he's considering, Sam?
In a cash game, this would be a very easy call here. But in tournament, these chips are worth so much more, especially at a final table. It's tough. And yeah, he is just going to let it go here. It's tough to fold pair plus gut shot.
So as we can see on the screen, the chip leadership is still with Leo. 68 big blinds. Fan Jiwei is grinding himself to the second position with 62 big blinds. Once again, the payouts here. Up top, 176,000 with a pretty big pay jump for the second, 126,000. That's a 50k pay jump. That's good for 5 buy-ins in this event. The next payout is going to be about 30,000. So that's 20k profit. Definitely enough. Definitely going to be a trip saver for most people.
Absolutely. And Jeffrey Lowe picking up the pocket 9s under the gun here. Fan is thinking about the pocket 4s and the hijack. The problem is there are still a few players left to act behind you that could squeeze you out of the pot here. Is he going to raise it up? Raising it up with a pocket 4 is adventurous. I like it.
The question, of course, is what do you do when you face a 4-bet from UTG? You fold, right?
Yes.
Not Fan Jiwei. No, not today. Do you know who I am? I am Fan Jiwei. I'm going to 5-bet jam you now. No, he won't do that. He will not do that. So Jeffrey is going to pill this flop, knowing that he's flipping a lot at a time. And he might be thinking he's just lost that flip.
Very nice board here for Fan to continue barreling off. It's very dry. It's not too many flush draws and not too many hands that Jeffrey can have that are going to be able to call down here.
So when you see Taiwanese commenters writing sevens, it means go, go, go. So in the comments, you see a lot of sevens.
Yes, that means barrel it off.
That means like, go for it. Yeah, come on.
Nice.
Like vamos in Spanish. Ooh, I'm showing off here again. So he bets, he c-bets his flop, which is pretty standard really on this board texture.
Yes, if you're going to 3-bet the
That's a
pocket
3-bet.
fours, you absolutely have to bet this flop. And that's going to put him in the chip lead here with 70 big blinds, 4.3 million in chips. Kevin struggling to stay alive here with only 14 big blinds. He's getting pushed around a little bit at this final table.
欢迎台湾的朋友，就是我知道我在上一次在云券的比赛的时候，有的台湾朋友教我的就是吃，就是 go 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 go， 我学的，谢谢台湾朋友。我还有就是我在学国语，因为我觉得我对一个台湾的女生啊蛮有好劲啊，我要跟她说话，所以就是要学多一点国语。I just told the world that I like this Taiwanese girl, so I'm learning Mandarin. Fictional, of course. 这枪的buy-in 是1万美金。You know A5, Ace 5 off? Yes, we do. We know Fan Jiwei. 对。
I think we've got an easy all-in here from Kevin. Fanchi really getting after it with some very loose opens under the gun. This time with the ace-9 off. We saw him up with the jack-10 off before, and Kevin had picked up the pocket aces. And indeed, there it is, the all-in from Kevin Poo. Seat 2. And looks like this is probably just going to get through.
Yeah, Lau is not going to go too out of line here with Queen Jack suited, surely.
No.
Yeah. Right, we are slowly winding down towards the end of this session. So before we get cut off to the break, I would like to thank you, Sam, for a wonderful 3 hours. It's been very, very fun.
It's been a pleasure, Stephen. I look forward to doing a few more of these over the next few days.
And I'll find out more darker secrets of yours.
Indeed.
That was classic, by the way. It's so poker player, it's unbelievable.
It absolutely is.
King 6 suited, go on poker player, do something silly.
I see a Jack-10 4-flop here. Anson getting the best of it with middle pair. Does have some backdoors, as does Luo here. Board that's probably going to be better for the cutoff, so I imagine we're going to see a small bet here from Luo. Indeed, around 1/3 for 100K. Quick call from Anson. The deuce of hearts. Beautiful brick on the turn. That's an interesting river card. Luo may go for it again, although the king high has quite a bit of showdown value. No, he's just going to check it back, and Anson's going to take that one down with the pair of tens. Fan Chi Wei leading this tournament, 68 big blinds, 4.1 million, on his way to take down the top prize of 176,000 USD.
All to play for, but before that, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we will see more poker action with Vidar and Sam, and I am going to sign off right now. So good luck, Sam, and I look forward to doing another stream with you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We do have quite a bit of poker left to go. Probably another 6 hours of action coming in after the break. There's a lot to play for and 176,000 USD up top.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
一上桌就赢了。好，我们赞成将王举手。我们统一赞成将王。从5万10万开始。我去，打得够稳的，AK 10都没收，感觉就是前途。啊，那边也有 A 啊，我以为 AK 呢。我真的差点破了 A， 去牛逼啊 ！A7 能破，我觉得他 A 就是 A4左右的牌啊，太牛逼了两个。哦。这有什么输啊？我想一下，不要过分了。我上次也是，上个月100分钟那个被后门，这个很难后门顺。对啊，后门顺。现在2个，总比勾和圈要好，乐观点，乐观点。至少那个激进。啊，他的10，你单挑，他的10没杀，能不能让我多聊点天？他的10你赢，你想啥？你太紧张了，真的是太紧张，真的发到10，你还以为自己？不然我多聊下天好像。在后来发现有学生打专门就去打这种双赛，赢面很高。现在还有软牌吗？软牌感觉不红，现在不能上5，软牌是不红啊。对，不能上50 BB， 说鱿鱼啊，也是100 BB， 但它是短盘后，我跟他应该是比过。那你说的应该就是那个，你就说鱿鱼是短盘啊，不是，就是 cash game， 然后有鱿鱼，就那个老外没有了，鱿鱼是这2年诞生的，对，然后以前澳门有特别带着有地的话，我知道是谁，职业在那边打的，对，那个短牌确实打得好，就短冲确实打得好。
All right, once again, blend something 10, 25,000, 60,000, and 50,000 for it.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT in Jeju, South Korea. We are continuing on with the final table, the APT Super High Roller today, a $10,000 buy-in. We are down to 7 players remaining, and they are going to battle it out for a prize pool of over 600,000 USD with $176,000 up top. How you doing today, Vidir?
Well, I'm excited. This is a big one. I've been watching the stream because, you know, I have nothing better to do in life, I suppose. It has been way more exciting than I would have thought. You know, super high roller. We came in 60 big blinds deep on average. I thought the action would be grindy, super pro-y. We'd see those under bets. Nope, over bets, 3-bet jams. Ace-5 seems to be the hand of the day, not just because of the presence of Fan, of course, but also with Tani Sorn going a bit crazy with the Ace-5 suited. So I can only imagine when the pay jumps get crazier, what we have in offer. I'm super pumped. So, by the way, I was just about to mention, we do have the 176,000 up top, but also let's not forget, minimum 29,000 already locked up. That's a 3x return. The pay jump's getting crazier. So the ICM pressure should be extremely strong. Who would you pick in terms of being able to become the table captain and put the ICM pressure?
I think it's going to be Fan. He has been playing some very exciting poker. He is not afraid to get in there. We saw a really nice 1.5x overbet with the King 5 on the river and got paid by third pair. He is playing some very good poker, not afraid to get in there. And his opening range is very wide.
Well, there you see it on the screen. $8,000 pay jump is next, going all the way to that incredible $50,000 difference between second and first place. 67 entries for this one. We set a Korea record for this event, by the way. Compared to Incheon last year, we have a bigger prize pool and correspondingly a bigger first place prize, the biggest ever, 176,000 USD. Nice little 600,000 crossed in the prize pool. Let's not forget this entire festival, the incredible APT Jeju 2024, you know, over 90 events, 10 days, had a series guarantee of 5 billion Korean won. That would be 3.5 USD million or so. And here we are, 600,000 just in this event. And in case you're still considering it, the main event kicks off in a few days, and the guarantee for the main event alone, 2 billion Korean won. That's 1.4 million USD. And if I know the APT, we're likely to cross it. So we head back to the table. 7 players remaining. Many fan favorites. And there it is. The APT Lion is what they're playing for. The Mega Lion, as I like to call it. These babies deserve an airplane seat of their own. An airplane seat it will be. We are, of course, in Jeju, which means Korean nationals, actually, not permitted to play. We have a Chinese-dominated final table, but let's not forget we did start off with players from Thailand, Taiwan, Hong Kong, of course, Jeffrey Low. Tani Sorn from Thailand went a bit wild. Almost made a chip in a chair comeback, which we always like to see, but not to be. And what a story it has been for Luo. Climbed up all the way to 44 bigs.
And look at this, Kevin Poo kicking us off with pocket kings in the cutoff. He has got some chips now, 1.5 million or 1.2 million in his stack, and looking to add to that. Kevin Poo also 2 million in live earnings.
Is there a site much better than Pocket Kings in the cutoff when you're below 15 bigs? Yes, I know Pocket Aces, but pretty close, I'd say. Interesting spot here. Jeffrey could think Kevin's going to be very wide from the cutoff, but makes a fantastic fold. A7 suited, certainly tempting. Fun. 7-4 suited. Looks like an easy defense from the big blind. Suited, 3-gapper. Ace, queen, deuce. Always an ace, as they say, on the flop when you have kings. Kings still 93% favorite, but do they know it?
I think an easy small continuation bet here from Kevin.
Easy for us, Sam. We can see the cards.
Absolutely.
Not easy when you think your opponent can easily have an ace, and you only have 13 bigs. There's ICM pressure as well. There's the ICM pressure I was talking about. Yang with just 2 bigs. Kevin will be glad to get that one through. Much more comfortable 19 big blind stack instead of the 15 he started the hand with.
Lee picking up the ace-king offsuit under the gun. He's going to bump things up here, sitting on 41 big blinds. He is in 3rd place in chips. Kevin, giving it some thought with the queen-jack, is going to get out of there. And Yang here, the 8 deuce of clubs. Doesn't have much behind and is going to have to call it off. And at least he's not up against an overpair. He does still have 38% here. Not bad when you have the 8 deuce of clubs. But Yang in trouble for his tournament life. And we see a pretty safe flop, a 6-3-3 rainbow. Not even a backdoor club draw for him.
Can be down to 6 with this one. Seems pretty likely. 2 live ones though, 23% equity still. 5 outs remaining, 1 deuce folded. Some backdoors as well. Maybe a backdoor to keep it spicy on the turn? Not exactly. The 7 of clubs changes nothing.
Players are 1 river card away, and there it is, the jack of spades, and Yang eliminated here in 7th place and is going to lock up 29,000 USD for his efforts. 6th place prize is now 37,000. That is what all the remaining players are guaranteed. No small blind this hand, as we did see Yang get eliminated. Luo giving it some thought here with the Queen 10 offsuit under the gun. A little bit of a loose open, and he is going to go for it. Little min raise up to 160,000. And Fan picking up the King-Queen suited on the button. Is facing an early position raise, so he may elect just to call. And indeed, just a flat call from Fan here with the King-Queen suited. Lee looking down at Ace-Jack offsuit in the big blind now. All the players neck and neck in chips, sitting on approximately 42 to 44 big blinds here, all fighting for the lead.
This is super high stakes. I mean, the pay jump alone is almost a buy-in. Three-handed, similar stacks, Broadway cards for everyone. Ace high board perhaps cleans up the situation unless somebody wants to get out of line. Let's not forget the golden rule of final tables. You want to be tasseling with shorter stacks, not bigger ones. All about that ICM and pay jumps, and even if it's not just about the pay ladders for someone, you're able to apply more pressure to shorter stacks. You have a much bigger edge.
Luo gonna fire a continuation bet here. 150k into the middle. He does have a few back doors, but not a whole lot else. He's just hoping for a couple folds here. Oh, and Fan getting out of line here, raising up to 400k on the button, putting Lee in a very tough spot here with the Ace-Jack. Fan has been a very exciting player at this final table.
I didn't want to say it. I did mention somebody could get out of line. You know who I thought about when I said that.
Wow. Look at that, and he takes it down, gets Lee out of there with the Ace-Jack. What a play from Fan.
Aggression is the name of the game in tournament poker, and Mr. Fan knows exactly how to harness it. Now takes a chip leader position, and trust me, he knows what to do with it. He is the table captain. Live by the sword, die by the sword, as we've been shouting out his infamous 6-bet hand. But as so happens with aggressive players, yeah, it doesn't work out every once in a while, but most of the time it's just gonna bully your opponent into making the kind of fold we just saw. And Casper in chat saying sevens for his Taiwanese compatriot. Let's go.
And there it is, the Ace-5 suited, a favorite hand at this final table. This time going to come in just for the call in the small blind, and this is most likely going to invite Luo in as well for a three-way flop. There's the call. Jack 7 deuce flop, putting Anson in the lead. Not a whole lot going on for these other players here. Maybe we'll see someone get out of line again with this hand. Anson making a standard continuation bet here with top pair. And that's it, gonna take it down, adding 400,000 in chips to his stack. All the players roughly around the same, no one too short. Fan does have a commanding lead here with 4.3 million in chips. Lee, runner up with 3.1.
Well, it's not just about the lead, Sam, is it? I mean, Fan, of course, notoriously aggressive, has that lead. 3 middle stacks after that in the 30s of big blinds, and then 2 shorter stacks. So it's all about the chip dynamic. There's a lot of room for ICM pressure, and we just saw an incredible ICM pressure fold with that top pair. So I think this is quite a buffet if Fan chooses to make the most of it. And we know he's not gun shy. Loads up the cannon with the queen 9 off. Raise from the cutoff.
Really putting that big stack to work here.
He would love for this dynamic to continue, for these 3 middle stacks to be very similar in chips to each other. Now let's not forget, his opponents are certainly no spring chickens, if anything. Even more experienced than Fan. Fan, of course, thanks to his recent scores, has crossed over $300,000 in live tournament earnings. The man on the screen, Kevin, goes by Viran as well. Viran Poo has over 2 million USD. We did see him at the All-Star Showdown, of course. Very experienced player. Experience can only do so much, though, when you whiff the board like this. 7-5-3 Rainbow. Jack 9 v Queen 9. Queen 9 has position and the betting lead. Don't see this hand going any other way apart from Fans, and quick fold there by Kevin. Breaking away from the back, how quickly he has almost a 20 big blind lead over Lee, who is second in chips. No one too short. Average big blind, I guess, would be 40 here. Now, I heard you and Steven mentioning 6 hours for this FT. Let me let you in on a little secret, Sam. Steven has bookmaking experience, let's just say.
Okay.
And he's not a man you want to be betting with. Trust me, I owe him many beers. But as I was listening to you guys, having watched the first session you guys covered, with the chips flying about, the crazy action, the 3 bets, I couldn't help but want to take the under. I would never do that against Steven. I've learned my lesson. I know I'm always minus EV. But how about you and me make a little side bet? I feel like these players will just vacuum things up. Fan in particular, as I said, live by the sword, die by the sword. Certainly living to his fullest right now with the chip lead. I don't think he likes slow final tables. I think he forces the issues. So I'll take the under at 9 o'clock. Any interest? 1 beer?
For 1 beer, I'll do it, but I do think you are correct.
Oh, okay, then we can set a line. I don't need to force you into it.
No, 1 beer sounds good. And Kevin gonna move all in here. King Deuce, and he's gonna run into King Queen off in the big blind from Jeffrey Lowe.
My, this is interesting. Kevin has jammed 15 bigs. It is a lot, and King Deuce off seems fairly aesthetically displeasing, but it is theoretically correct simply because of the big blind ante. Any king can be a jam under 20 bigs, and Jeffrey knows all of that. Calls with his king queen. Oh, has Kevin dominated. This is exactly where you want to be in Jeffrey's shoes. 80% for Jeffrey. Kevin needs a lot of help to stay in this tournament. Otherwise, he will be our 6th place finisher. 9-8-7. Doesn't help much. Some opportunities. We need a connected card to this board to come out.
Or a diamond. How's
Wow.
that?
The best card in the deck, barring a 2. A diamond, just never easy. 9 outs for Kevin. Not to be. The 3 of spades seals the deal. Kevin, consummate professional. Taking it well. Walks away with $37,000. Almost 4xing his buy-in for his tremendous effort here. And how quickly we're down to 5. How are we feeling about that bet?
I was just going to say, yeah, that is flying down fast. All these players are now guaranteed 48,000 USD, almost 5x their buy-in. Van still in the lead, and everyone is about middle of the pack here, sitting on 40 to 30 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, bets aside, this is such an evenly matched final table we have going on here. Not just in terms of skill, also in terms of the chip stacks. They all want it. Fan, of course, seems to always be going for the win. One thing that's not mentioned about his ace 5-6 bet at APT Taipei is that he was second in chips, and he was 6-betting the chip leader. So you only do that if you're going for the win.
Absolutely. And we see the 7-6 of hearts being opened by Fan here.
Casper responding to the request for payouts in chat. We appreciate it, Casper. 176k USD for first place, 126k USD for second, 82,000 for third, 65,000 or so for fourth, and all these players now have locked up to 48,000 for fifth place. Pay jumps are finally getting very, very serious. We're looking at almost a 2 buy-in pay jump.
Anson here, the King-Jack suited. Definitely a call, but does he want to get involved with more against the chip leader? And looks like he does. He's going to raise it up here.
That is bold against the under the gun open, but just goes to show how aware players are of what Fan has been up to. Let's not forget they did have the break, by the way, to actually catch up with the stream. We are on a 30-minute delay, of course. So if they had any doubts about what Fan could have had in different spots, they would have cleared that up. You cannot make this 3-bet against an under-the-gun open from the big blind without having a soul read on your opponent's tendencies. And look how well that works out. Shortest stack fighting back correctly. Of course, not too short in absolute terms. 36 big blinds is the shortest stack. This is not a distribution you see often, Sam. All between 36 and 55 bigs. 5 players remaining.
Yeah, it is still anyone's game here. No one is really too at risk here. They all have quite a bit of chips to play. Very, very nice raise from Anson there to take it down.
Michael in chat seems shocked and is typing in all caps. King Deuce all in. Yes, indeed, Michael. You'll be amazed to see the charts on what is correct there. King Deuce was the correct shove. Small blind versus big blind. You could almost argue with King Deuce and King Queen and players the caliber of the ones we have here. The hands sort of played themselves. King Deuce, 15 bigs, might always be jamming. Jeffrey should always be calling with King Queen. Poker's a funny game.
Jeffrey picking up the ace-10 off. He's going to raise it up here on the button. Does have to be worried about not only Anson picking up pocket kings, but the chip leader in the big blind as well. Anson is going to put in another re-raise, I imagine, in back-to-back hands.
This is fascinating, considering Anson just 3-bet from the blinds, and Jeffrey's opening on the button. Jeffrey might not give Anson credit for a real holding here. Believe it or not, to the extent it gets back to Jeffrey, which it has, all options are on the table. A fold seems way too meek, considering Anson's 3-betting range will be wider than most against a button open. I feel like a fold should be out of the question, considering the stacks are evenly matched. The ICM pressure is manageable for now. Could certainly call, and could actually consider 4-betting as well.
Absolutely. Classic Doug Polk situation. All options are on the table.
Throws in the time bank. is going to be very balanced there, but frankly, this is a tough decision.
I think it's all going to come down to how much these players know each other and their tendencies. It's a very close spot here.
1.45 million USD is the lifetime earnings of Anson Yu, and here we go.
And Jeffrey Lowe laying it down, showing us why he is a professional. He was our short stack, started with 305K in chips, is now 10x that up to 3.1 million, and is looking to add to his 600,000 in lifetime earnings. Once again, seeing that APT trophy up for grabs.
Alright, rise up for the single leg high roller event. 800, 1600, 600 divided. 单个黄色赛身盲，800、1600，大盲前出1600。
We can hear the announcements at the back for all the other events. I would love to shout out all the other events we have going on, but the card distribution is just keeping things way too exciting. Pocket Jacks for Fan did kind of get bullied by a shorter stack a moment ago from Anson. This time around, dream scenario, Jacks in the small blind. He should be raising here. His raises need to be balanced for one, and he's going to be bluffing a lot. Secondly, he is the least likely to get respect from his raises. This is a great example. 9-8 off. Could consider folding against a 3x open in another scenario perhaps, but against Fan, has to be a continue. Oh, is that a lot of chips? Maybe just getting his own chip count. I thought for a moment he was going to go for it, and instead makes an incredible fold. Very surprising to let the 9-8 off go and not speculate against Fan, but this is also testament to the, I wouldn't go as far as saying fear Fan strikes into people's hearts, but perhaps not wanting the variance of dealing with a player like Fan.
Indeed, that was quite a large open as well. It's something we haven't seen too often. It was blind versus blind, but getting close to 4x there.
I think, yeah, I mean, just a tad over 3. I mean, you have to go that high, right? Because the big blind's going to be priced in. Even though the ante shouldn't matter, people do consider it as though they've posted the ante, so they defend even wider, especially in blind versus blind scenarios.
Fan back-to-back pocket pairs here. Pick up the 6s this time on the button. Opts to use the min-raise size, and look at this. Pocket queens. We are just getting insane hands here. Lee is that just a quick call? Setting the trap here. And Luo is going to invite him in. We got 3 pocket pairs here.
Very surprising flat from the queens in the small blind. That is just not a play you see ever. I mean, you're letting in the big blind with pocket queens for effectively 1 extra big. They're very likely to call with maybe 80% of their holdings. Fan getting away with one there. Not getting 3-bet from the queens.
How about top set? What a trap. You know, he may just think Fan is opening up way too wide here, and he does want to take a flop and see if Fan will blast off with whatever he may have. I don't see Fan putting in a bet here. It's quite a connected flop, and indeed he does check it back. Senses danger.
Close. A 6 could have been mighty action-inducing, to state the obvious. Once again, I'm so amazed by Lee's decision. A 3-bet from the blinds might have induced a 4-bet, and a very popular reason to 3-bet from the blinds with pairs such as 10s and above is to get smaller pairs to stack off. Lee makes the minimum. Disappointing. With that fold with the 9-8 off and the conservative line with the pocket queens, might argue he's taking ICM the most seriously here. 42 bigs means he's second in chips. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all.
不想告诉你，这有什么？我好奇，聊个天5个人，开玩笑，开玩笑。圈圈，我想的球，我真的是可以推的牌。圈圈，你再看一下。你骗人，我可以看直播的。我相信你，我相信。
Good to see the players laughing and chatting, not letting the moment, the tension, the prize pool get to them. Not everyone, perhaps. At least seems a bit tense. He might be extrapolating from his play in the previous hands as well. Queen 9 suited now, on the button. Almost an automatic raise here. How conservative does Lee want to be?
This would be taking it too far. This must be an open.
I would argue the Queens was taking it too far. But yeah, maybe that was some sort of a trap. Lee knows what to do. Opens it up. If anything, balanced his timing tell as well. Gave it some thought. Absolute rags on the blinds. This is one Jeffrey can let go. It still amazes me that here at the APT, 67 players came down, ponied up 10,000 USD for the chance to win that APT Mega Lion. The players just never disappoint us with their support. Many of them becoming familiar faces. Not just at APT, across poker in Asia, of course. Some of these guys are absolute high rollers who play in the Triton Super High Roller Series. I believe buy-ins there start at 25,000 USD. We did host the inaugural $25,000 Superstar Challenge at APT Taipei, and we're so pleased with its success that it is returning, and we will be streaming it, ladies and gentlemen. Isaac Haxton won last time. Let's see who emerges. Let's see who shows up. That's always fun. Some of these high rollers just fly in on what I can assume is their PJ, as they call it. Private jet, just to play the Superstar Challenge.
We have an interesting flop here. Fan is going to flop himself a gut shot here, as well as the backdoor flush draw on Anson. He's got to feel pretty good about his pocket fives here with only one overcard. Fan indeed going to be betting it out. And a call from Anson. See the 9 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't change too much here. Does Fan decide to continue his aggression?
Fan has almost a nut low, and when you have almost a nut low, and the ace comes on the river, he knows what you're supposed to do. Fire away, ideally polarize a bit. When you're 100% losing by checking, does give you incentive to put in some chips, and the quick look up there by Anson proudly shows the 5 high. I respect that. Somebody who instantly turns over their cards when caught bluffing. And credit to Anson. Tied now. Wow, look at that. 3 chip leaders. Lee, Anson, Fan. 3.7 million for about all 3. And the 2 shorter stacks at 36 and 33 bigs. Very interesting dynamic. I mean, this is why we even stream tournament poker. Every final table is different. Put yourself in each of these players' shoes. Tell me how you might think about navigating this scenario. How are you approaching ICM? Whose raises are you calling? Who do you want to target? Obviously, Fan, the most active player on the table. One way to battle a bully is to look them up light. Anson just did that with the pocket 5. Anson also did that by raising Fan light, despite the undergun open. King Jack suited, I'm thinking back to. What else? What is Lee thinking here? He's taken the conservative route. I wonder if the players have caught on to that yet. Of course, they can't see the hands like we can. Jeffrey finds the ace-king suited once again. A strong hand on the button. He should be looking to make a standard open and once again hope to face resistance from Anson as he did when he had the ace-10 off. Made a great fold there against the kings. Queen Jack off, not too shabby. 5-handed. Another duck poke situation, Sam. All options on the table. Anson goes with the flat call. Jack 9 suited. Very pretty holding. It's never getting folded. Would not want to burn all the equity by 3-betting, is what I assume. Nice to take a flop. This is Fan we're talking about. Loves putting pressure. Yep. All in, he says. What a misstep.
Wow.
Ace-king suited lurking on the button. This is exactly what Jeffrey was hoping for against the 2 blinds. The 2 most active player on the table. Anson going with the flat. Fan just deciding his hand is good enough to squeeze. Jeffrey acting resigned, but he knows he's going to be in a great spot. Ace-king suited, be Jack 9 suited. Fan has his opponent just about covered, but not by much. We're either looking at an elimination or Fan being crippled. 35% equity. 1/3 of the time, Fan will be the runaway chip leader, or else Jeffrey will take that spot. This is a high-stakes board coming up. Jack right in the window, but it's the spades right in. Queen 10. Maximum drama with Jeffrey flopping the nuts rainbow board to boot. A club would be the only thing that makes things interesting. And ace does give some unique chop outs, but 4% of the time a king shows up. Apart from that, Jeffrey has this one locked, and he's going to be a monster chip leader. The 9, salt in the wound perhaps, as Fan makes 2 pair. What a hand. Fan living up to his erratic reputation. Always entertaining to watch, always putting maximum pressure. His opponent just happened to have the goods, but you have to respect the gumption. Always going for first place. Still in the mix though. If there's anybody who can run up 10 bigs, it's him. But look at this, Jeffrey, what a roller coaster of a journey. You mentioned, Sam, he came in as one of the shortest stacks and has run it up to 75 bigs here at the super high roller final table with 5 players remaining.
Indeed. When we started today, he was on 10 big blinds as our very, very short stack. And now look at this. Chip leading the tournament. Got that nice little smile from him. What a hand.
And the poker gods are just so kind. Jack in the window and a queen and a 10 to boot. The emotional roller coaster. I mean, we have an amusement park here right at the venue, but who needs one? Jeffrey is a very accomplished poker pro from Hong Kong. Over 600,000 in lifetime earnings. But this would be an incredible bump up to that total. 176,000 up for grabs. Fan perhaps regretting his move. Live by the sword, die by the sword, we were saying. For now, he seems to have fallen on his weapon of choice. Aggression, going all in, putting maximum pressure. The ICM spot, perhaps not ideal. And we must say, Jeffrey happened to have ace-king suited absolutely at the top of his range. Maybe 95% of the time from his button open range. He would have to find the fold when put to the test for all his chips. Fan looks a bit disappointed there.
Indeed, chat is loving that shove. That is a lot of excitement. Not something you see every day, a 40 big blind shove with a Jack-9 suited.
I hate to see him like this. Fan looks a bit defeated. Has to keep his head in the game. 10 bigs is plenty. Just look at what Jeffrey Lowe has done when he was down to 10 bigs. As we do color up the smaller chips. Luo has been pretty snug. I suspect that will continue now that there's a tiny stack to think about. Well, let me take a moment from the tense proceedings to admire Anson's spectacularly fashionable sunglasses. Oh my. Just noticed the branding. I wish it didn't make a difference to my perception of the fashion, but it did. They're Pradas. And look at this fan. Jams with ace-9 suited, and Lee for some reason calls off the Jack-2 suited, giving Fan the opportunity to get back in this. 7-4-3, safe as it gets. After being fairly snug, Lee making a pretty loose call there thanks to once again having put 2 bigs already in the form of the ante and the blind. Needs a jack or a deuce. And now a 6 helps as well. Oh, my apologies. A 6 would be a chop. An ace would be the way to go. Or a jack!
Oh, no.
Crushing the dream of Fan. Successive hands leading to a brutal elimination there. The Jack-9 suited, perhaps, of his own doing. The ace-9 suited, getting unlucky. Fan eliminated in 5th place, walks away with $48,000, a very respectable performance. 5xing his buy-in. And cementing his legend more and more. I mean, think about how much entertainment he provided over the course of this table.
He is definitely someone to look out for in the future tournaments, and I hope he does make a lot more final tables. He is one of my favorite players to watch.
GG's in chat, the Taiwanese viewers, no doubt, wishing him well. Wow, and then there were 4, Sam. How quickly the events are proceeding. Everybody's still deep. I was mentioning how Fan is the one to force the issue. He did live up to his promise. Now that he has gone, sad as we are, I wonder if it slows down the pace of play a bit. Of course, the fact that we're looking at massive pay jumps could be the reason as well. A couple of buy-ins to the next pay ladder.
Indeed. The final 4 players are now guaranteed $62,000. 3rd place, $82,000. 2nd, $126,000 USD, and finally up top, $176,000. We have Jeffrey opening up the Queen Jack suited. Lee is going to make a call in the small blind. He must have somewhere to be. Luo looks down at the 6-5 of diamonds in the big blind. Most likely going to call here. What do you think Lee's getting up to? He just called off the Jack-2 suited for about 10 big blinds last hand, and now cold calling Jack-8 off in the small blind.
I think he just peeked at the deck, knows what's coming. Jokes aside, I think, you know, if you get loose, it works out the first time. Tend to continue repeating what has worked for you. Certainly will not in this case. Ace, King, 7, 2 hearts on the board. And Lee's the one eyeing chips. You gotta respect this if you're defending Jack-8 off. Seem to have been considering donking multi-way with the ace-king high board. Decides against it. Sad to see that though. We can see it would have worked. Would have been quite a play. Jeffrey, man, just making it look easy. Always a fantastic presence at every poker table he's on. And I have to say, Sam, if you thought our chat was going crazy, I'm sure the Natural 8 Hong Kong channel is absolutely losing it.
Indeed. We have the Sentinel here. Let's go, Anson. He has been picked as the winner, and Jeffrey going to pick up even more chips here.
Julian in chat clarifying something for us. Thank you so much, Julian. It said that the chip count graphic was wrong, and Fan had only 2 bigs or so. That makes a lot more sense and actually helps us clarify the proceedings. Much appreciated. Just to make people realize the way these RFID tables work with the chip count. We start off with a stack, and then every bet needs to be registered from the dealer to our incredible live stream team, put into the computer, and so on. So sometimes the counts do get a bit shaky. They are readjusted every break rather. And also when we color up, when we reset tables. So to the extent the chip counts are ever off, they only last maybe 30 minutes or so and never too far away. But in this case, we do get some insight into why Lee made that call with the Jack deuce. He was priced in, and I think as a result, Fan wasn't that disappointed as well. But man, that also makes me think about Fan's jam. He was properly committing himself. He wasn't leaving himself 10 big blinds behind. He was essentially putting his tournament life at risk with that spot. Fearless, absolutely fearless.
Lee also doing a good job of chipping up here, putting himself in second place now. Luo, our short stack with 24 big blinds. The ICM pressure is going to really start to be felt here.
Thanks to this being a super high roller, we have an incredible structure. 40-minute levels, very slow increments. The next level is going to be 60,000, 120,000. So we do have a lot of play for 2 levels before we have that big 33% jump to 160,000. Lots of poker left to play, going from the 62,000 guaranteed to the 176,000 up top. This is where every decision matters the most. On the one hand, just another day at the office for these gentlemen. On the other hand, they know they are in that end zone. They need to give it a lot of special effort.
Yeah, we are seeing the players using a much larger open size in the small blind. 3.5x here from Jeffrey. And he's going to take it down. Anson letting go of the queen 6 off here.
Jeffrey knows what he has to do with his newfound big stack. He is the table captain now. About 150 big blinds in play total, maybe 170 or so. Jeffrey has 65 of them. Should be hearing from seat number 1 now. Luo finds ace-9 off. Monster hand, four-handed. Ace, ace, deuce. Easy life for Luo. To those of you watching on Facebook, by the way, thank you so much for joining us. Did get a bit spoiled with the Mazalai final table yesterday, the Mongolian final table, since Facebook is so popular in Mongolia. I think the majority of the viewers joining us on YouTube today. Thank you so much for being with us, and if you haven't, do hit subscribe on the channel. We are hoping to reach 13,000 subscribers by the end of the series. This incredible 10-day festival, 10 days of streaming. We're looking forward to continuing to promoting this beautiful game we all love in Asia and the world, and your subscription on YouTube. Just one click. It'll mean a lot to us. It'll keep you posted of future events and of the remainder of the series as well. Every time we go live, we have Natural Aid Taiwan table coming up tomorrow. The Superstar Challenge, the $25,000 buy-in. Final day after that. We have some fun events from Natural Aid, including the Influencer Challenge, the Hong Kong table, and then, of course, main event coverage. Day 2, Day 3, the final table, and the 2-day high roller, as usual. I mean, thinking back, Sam, to even 4 stops ago, the only tables we would stream were indeed the main event and the 2-day high roller. So that's 4 days. And here we are streaming for 10 days. Once again, thanks to all the support. So we would love it if you would hit subscribe. And if you don't want to hit subscribe, I understand sometimes people value their algorithm a lot. But do hit a like. I'm a bit disappointed, I have to say. 35 likes, almost 400 of you watching. Would love to have that go up to 100 if you can help us out. Man, I can't get over those Pradas. So good.
They are nice. Lee picking up the ace queen here.
Just no tells, you know, they cover the sides of your eyes as well.
Yeah, most players here opting for the sunglasses at this final table.
Not Jeffrey. He likes to see them in the eye. It is a power move, isn't it, to not have sunglasses?
I think so. And Luo opting not to raise the 5 deuce off against Lee's limp here. Well, they are going to take a heads-up flop.
Speaking of sunglasses, Luo's, I can see his eyes through the sunglasses. What's the point of that?
I think they're covered up enough. It's better than having ones that reflect your cards.
And same for Lee, by the way. What's your view on sunglasses, by the way, at the poker table?
I don't play stakes this big, so, you know, if it does give them a slight edge, I can understand it. But at a 1-2 table, come on.
Well, this isn't a 1-2 table, I'll give you that. I have a feeling that the tides will turn against sunglasses one day. Because, you know, we have seen people take it too far. Full face coverings, obviously scarves. In the mask era, completely understandable. People chose to wear masks, and in fact, that's the only thing I think should be allowed. Yes, it's an edge. You do hide some of your physical tells, but that's just for health reasons. We all understand that in the post-COVID era. Anyway, I think in the future, we'll look back on this sunglasses era and be like, that's so awkward. It's going to be like when people wore those crazy wigs during the American Revolution and such.
Yes.
Like, what were people thinking?
Those are horrible. I could see Jungle Man wearing one of those to a final table.
That's not a bad idea. Jungle Man Franklin.
That was a stretch, but I like it. Seeing Luo pick up the ace-7 of diamonds in the small blind. Is he going to opt for the raise or the limp? Looks like a raise incoming. He's going to bump it up to just over 300,000. All these players know their bet sizings to a T, and Jeffrey pick up the 7th deuce. He is out of there.
3.7x from the small blind versus big blind. Understandable. Big cheer outside, by the way. I suspect the mystery bounty is what's keeping people excited in the floor. 15 players left out of 511 players. And you know what that means? There's going to be a lot of mystery bounty envelopes being drawn outside. Greg goes all in, and Elfin will be doing that as always. Keep a lookout on the YouTube channel for videos of that, especially if you know anybody out here in APT Jeju If they participate in the mystery bounty, if they knock out someone after we hit the money, they get to draw a mystery bounty envelope. And the prizes can be anywhere between a buy-in to sometimes 20 buy-ins.
Very exciting. We do hear some very loud shouts from outside. Must be people drawing some very large prizes. And we have Lee just limping under the gun here with King Queen suited. Luo on the button looks down at King Deuce suited. Might be tempted to raise here.
Even if you don't get the envelope, by the way, $725 buy-in for the mystery bounty, $41,000 up top, and chances are, if you ship it, you're going to get a few bounties. Obviously, you're going to get your opponent's heads-up bounty. You also get to keep your own bounty, which gets you 2 envelopes. So, well over $50,000 for a $725 buy-in. Plus, you might get the super bounty, which I think is 20 buy-ins. Incredible.
And we're going to see a family pot here. 4 ways. Some decently strong hands here. And a King Jack 6 flop action. Lee and Luo both hitting top pair here. Not much else going on for the other two, but it's going to be tough for Luo not to lose quite a few chips here. Lee making a quick bet here for half pot. Quite a large sizing here, especially 4 ways. Luo can't do much about it though. He has himself top pair and is going to have to pay off at least 1, if not 2 streets of value here. Oh, that was close. The 3 of diamonds. Doesn't change much. I imagine Lee is going to go for another street here. Looking about 2.5 SPR. If he did want to set up for the river shove here, he would want to go around 60, around 70% here. He's going to put in close to that. Looks like 550,000. 450K, just under half pot. So the river is going to be around 80% to get it all in. And is Luo just going to make a very quick call here? Yeah, very quick call.
It's not surprising. You do have top pair. There are all kinds of draws possible, and in general, Lee could actually be betting a worst hand every time that's the case. Tend to find the call. It all comes down to the river. I mean, Lee is just cruising in this hand. And a king, the worst card in the deck for Luo. The SPR is just over 1. I doubt Lee goes for all of it. Never mind. The moment I say it, Lee goes for all of it, and Luo surely cannot fold this. Cannot give credit for a king to his opponent with 2 of them out there. I'm surprised he's taking this long and throwing in a time bank, really valuing his tournament life. My chips would be in the middle already. Look at how dry that board is.
You know, that was a very, very fast shove from Lee on a card that's going to change quite a bit here. Luo might be reading into that.
Once again, every so often, yes, you're right, Lee did shove, but he has his opponent covered, which means he is more likely to be bluffing as well, putting that ICM pressure. I would be amazed if Luo gets away from this. Yeah, he's grabbed the chips and is resigned to his fate. Incredible. We have lost yet another player. Credit to Luo for thinking this long and getting the sense that he was behind. But it did not help much. He walks away with $62,000. Amazing score. GG, sir. Hard luck with that run out. And Lee has emerged. Slow and steady all the way to 75 bigs. Luo, by the way, we should point out, an extremely accomplished player from China. 2.7 million in lifetime earnings. Adds another 62,000. Should take him to almost top 10 in the China all-time money list.
Indeed, not a bad finish for Luo here. Now all 3 players are guaranteed $82,000. That's USD, and they still have a lot behind to play for. There are about 200 big blinds on the table. No one is too short here. And I am regretting taking that under bet Vidir.
I didn't want to rub it in, but I'm happy to buy you out at Wine Ice Coffee. And we should point out, by the way, at least based on Hendon Mob, Lee, with securing third place finish of 82,000, has now exceeded his lifetime total live earnings with just the score from this event. You never know with Hendon Mob and China. Might not always be accurate, but you can only go with what we see. $63,000 previously. Now we'll have added a minimum of $82,000, and by the way, has to chip lead, going for the 176,000 up top.
Yeah, looking to add potentially triple his earnings on Hendon Mob here just from this tournament alone. Picking up the pocket threes here in the big blind. Easy defend here against the min raise from Jeffrey Lowe with the Queen 8 of diamonds, and is still in the lead, although that is a nasty flop for pocket threes without a spade. If Jeffrey can find at least a bet on the flop, potentially a turn bet, I don't see Lee being able to hang on here. There's the bet, 150K. We did see Jeffrey get out of line with the pocket nines earlier, but this time, just gonna fold the threes. Lee, our chip leader, 71 big blinds, 7.2 million in chips. Jeffrey Lowe close on his tail at 64 big blinds, and Anson, our short stack, still a healthy amount to play for with 30 big blinds.
What a final table it's been. No shortage of action. No shortage of premium holdings battling each other as well. Remind me, which of these players started with the maximum chips, Sam?
Sorry, the maximum chips? Or
Among
shortest?
the three? I know Jeffrey Lowe was shorter stacked.
Anson Yu started the day with 3.7 million. The chip leader.
That's correct.
At the final table has roughly around the same chips as he started with this morning. And Lee, opening up the ace-king off 3x. Jeffrey Lowe has a pretty easy defend here with the queen 10 off in the big blind.
So where did Lee start in chips?
Lee was middle of the pack with 2 million, has added 4 times that to his stack.
What a run. And what about Jeffrey?
Jeffrey was our short stack, sitting on 10 big blinds at 305K, has 20x to his stack.
Crazy.
And what a flop for the ace-king. Not a whole lot going on for Jeffrey, though. Imagine we'll see a small bet here from Lee. Quite a hefty bet. It looks like about half pot there. More. 60% on King 5-3 Rainbow.
Bit of a level. The idea is that he would technically never bet so big. If he had the goods as he does, would be trying to buy the pot, and look at that. Jeffrey falling for the leveling. Floating out of position with queen high, just a backdoor draw. And a king is an excellent card for the story Lee was trying to tell. Betting here again should seem less credible if your opponent doesn't buy you having a strong king to begin with. Man, the kings love Lee, huh? First the king queen v king deuce. Now somehow getting Jeffrey to float. Jeffrey has to be careful. Not just because he was floating with air. The reverse float, they sometimes call it, out of position. He did not choose to donk there when the board paired up. Oh, pardon me, he's in position. Small blind versus big blind. I apologize. So that means he was floating in position. Not a reverse float, just a float.
Just a regular float. It's going to be tough if he really wants to call this again. Is he raising?
Yep.
Oh, some street poker now on this final table. 3 ways. Lee, can he contain his excitement here?
Wow, how well has that worked out for Lee? The big sizing on the flop that you pointed out, Sam, is likely exactly the reason he has found himself in this beautiful spot. Has the check mark, by the way. Bit of a misstep, goes all in. Not sure that makes too much sense considering he has the board locked up. One could argue he's only getting called by better, but I think what's happening here is that Lee cannot really imagine Jeffrey raising with anything but a king, and he wants to get all the money in. Still a great outcome there. Look at that. Has the table covered well over now. 97 bigs for Lee, Jeffrey, and Anson. 39 and 30 respectively. Wow, the most inexperienced live player, it seems like, is absolutely decimating his veteran opponents. You love to see it. P-Dragon in chat says, what a comeback story. Indeed, sir. This is getting exciting. I can barely contain my enthusiasm for what we are witnessing here. The super high roller, our most prestigious event, along with perhaps the superstar and the main event. And here we have Lee Zhendong from China, absolutely crushing his opponents. King 5 off now on the button. Does track, theoretically should be an open, but the way Lee has played, I'm not surprised to see that hit the muck. Does not want to face resistance, knows he might get very little credit having accumulated a monster stack and being on the button. Lets the shorties, relatively speaking, battle it out. Domination rotation, as some commentators like to say. Queen 3 getting the best of it. Quick check. This is a heads-up pot, small versus big. So Anson should know that his 3 is likely best here. Jeffrey will struggle to represent the ace credibly, having limped pre. Does not stop him from taking a stab. Anson's going to make the quick call. We saw him call down Fan with just pocket 5s. We know he's not immune to hero calling. Jack is an interesting one. Not exactly sure what Jeffrey was repping on the ace-ace 9-3. Obviously a 9 would be a part of that range. Check on the flop, bet on the turn. Every once in a while a Jack could be in the mix. He'd need to go big here to get a fold. Just goes check, check. The stacks even out further. Is it just me? Is the floor a bit quieter? Or is the tension just palpable? We have Jim in chat saying he hasn't played poker for 8 months and is going to play a tournament next week. And he wants to prepare for it somehow. Well, Jim, how about watching some of the world's best battle it out for 176,000? Thanks for being with us. Hopefully it's helping you prepare. Pocket kings now for Jeffrey. Dream scenario once again on the button. Last time around was able to benefit from Fan being a bit too trigger happy in the big blind. Anson mercifully does not pick up a hand, and pocket tens for Lee, and he instantly jams. What a dream setup once again for Jeffrey. Just getting rewarded with monster hands on the button every time. Lee did not want to 3-bet, just going for all of it. Perhaps the outcome was inevitable to begin with. Kings versus tens is an absolute cooler in a 3-way scenario as we head to what could be the last board for Jeffrey, but 81% of the time.
No way. Oh my god. Wow. What an action flop. We have seen some crazy cards in the window followed by some absolute madness followed up. And we have some chop opportunities here with any queen. And Lee needs to hit a 10. And that is it. Pocket kings. Jeffrey Lowe is going to double up here and take over the chip lead.
Boat versus boat. My word. Some big hands today. 10 in the window and a king behind is just the extra twist of the knife for Lee. Absolute cooler situation. And Jeffrey, a bit sheepish perhaps, knows that he has benefited from this situation twice. Ace king suited against Fan. Pocket kings against Lee. Big blind jamming both times. Lee loses the chip lead, but 58 big blinds is still a hefty stack. Lots to play for, lots to play with. Anson now the clear short stack. And 400 in chat says, sheesh. And I could not agree more.
Sheesh indeed. This is a very exciting final table. We're not seeing any small pots here. Everyone is just getting coolered, big hands. We saw Lee make a very excellent play, betting 65% pot with the ace-king and getting the maximum from Jeffrey, which is going to allow him to lose quite a few chips here to Jeffrey, but isn't going to hurt too much. And here we have it, Jeffrey, 75 big blinds, followed by Lee at 58 and Anson still around 32 big blinds. He's been hovering around there all day so far.
And by the way, at the bottom of the screen, you can see all our social media and streaming channels. Of course, you're likely watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. And if you're not, please check us out there. Twitter at APT channel. Instagram as well. Fun stuff everywhere. And by the way, exclusive content on each of those channels. Thinking about all the amazing sketches and skits Greg and Elfin have been up to. Those are usually on Instagram and Twitter. But of course, all our streams on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Do hit subscribe if you haven't. If you've been watching this table, you know the crazy action-packed tables the APT has to offer many a time. So you don't want to miss those. We are hoping to have 13,000 subscribers by the end of the festival, so your support would go a long way. And I must say, 40 likes for 400 if you're watching. It's a tad confusing. Hit the like button, guys. The more you hit like, the more we get paid. So do it for us. I'm kidding, but do it for us anyway.
Over here we have Lee flopping himself an open-ender, but not the best one. Jeffrey only has a gut shot here, but Lee has checked it over to Jeffrey. I assume he may be going for the check raise here. See a pretty large bet from Jeffrey, 300k, about 60% here. Lee is going to make the call here with his open-ender. Jeffrey's going to need some help here on the turn. The 8 of clubs is not it. Total brick, it does introduce the one-liner. Any 7 is now a straight, so maybe Jeffrey, with some more aggression, can take this one down. He is the chip leader and can put Lee in a very rough spot here.
There's also momentum and sort of that psychological factor. Lee just took a big hit. He has to be a tad more vulnerable to aggression.
And a 7 on the river. Who wants it more? Who is going to be putting in the big bet here to try and take it down and get their opponent off a chop? Won't be Lee. Can Jeffrey fire? It's 1.1 million in the middle.
Just to clarify, the straight has completed on the board, so a check will result in a chop. I think both players will take it gladly. There is very real ICM pressure. Look at those stacks, 75, 59, and the shorter stack of 32. Now 32 It's not a short stack in absolute terms, but versus second in chips having almost double. There's massive ICM at play. There's a $40,000 pay jump to keep in mind. You do not want to be eliminated with 60 bigs when somebody had 30. That is the challenge of three-handed final table poker. Let's see how the players navigate it.
Indeed, Vidir. These are no small amounts these players are playing for. 176,000 USD up top. Jeffrey looking poised to take it down, playing very well in this final table.
Did you say 176,000?
176,000 USD.
For a moment, I was like, just 1,000? Get in there. Then I remembered the buy-in is 10,000. Never mind.
Yeah, that is a big, big buy-in. Jeffrey bumping up the pocket eights here, or just calling the pocket eights. Anson, what does he want to do with queen deuce off?
Don't do it, Anson. Jeffrey is just getting hit by the deck.
Oh no.
Here we go. I like the hand he's choosing to do this with. Raising a limp with queen deuce off. The queen little, you were talking about king little earlier. Getting increasingly popular thanks to the removal and the fact that it's an easy fold when facing a 4-bet. Or rather a 3-bet in this case. A limp, a raise, and I suspect a raise is coming. Jeffrey has his opponent well covered. How about an all-in for maximum pressure, fold out all equity? No worries, good try. On to the next one, Anson. Probably not too bothered. He has $1.45 million in total lifetime earnings. He's probably seen it all.
Yes, that is across multiple years. It is very tough to win that much in just a year, unless your name is Fedor Holtz on an absolute sun run.
P-Dragon, popular viewer in chat, says, why doesn't the APT use their social media to let their followers know that we're going live? And you only got notified on YouTube. Well, we apologize. I think we do, by the way. Maybe not on every channel, and I will certainly pass that feedback on to the team. Meanwhile, we appreciate you subscribing and hitting the bell since you got the notification.
And Anson here, going to open up the ace-queen suited, electing not to limp. Bumps with 350, a very quick all-in from Lee, and Anson snap calls here. Anson, at risk for his tournament life, needs an ace or a queen. Here we are. King 9-3 is not going to do it. Does open him up some backdoor straight and flush possibilities. The turn. The 5 of hearts. No help. And it's going to remove a few outs. No more ace of hearts or queen of hearts for Anson. Onto the river. The 6 of diamonds. And that is going to do it. Lee is going to eliminate Anson Yu in 3rd place, booking a win of $82,000 US for his efforts. And Lee, our new chip leader, will now be playing heads up against Jeffrey Lowe.
Wow, how quickly did we get down to heads up there, Sam? That is incredible. Lee Zhendong, by the way, what a run he's having. A sun run, as we call it sometimes. If his Hendon mob is to be believed, he has almost doubled his total lifetime earnings by locking up the 126,000 each of these players are going to receive. But it's all about the 176,000 USD up top and that beautiful APT lion that, by the way, is now going to be placed in the middle of the table. We will be taking a break just so that we can set up for heads up. As it happens, the players seem to be seated in almost the right spot anyway, but that lion needs to come out. And let's not forget, the players get the chance to talk deals. Jeffrey, very, very experienced, but slightly shorter stack. Lee Zhendong, less experienced, has the bigger stack and has the momentum behind him as well. Monster stacks, we never reach heads up with 70 bigs effective. So, Do the players want to battle it out for what's going to be $50,000 or take the deal? The APT, by the way, very supportive of deals. In fact, will help administer the deals, and we here on the stream team will let you know what happens. We're going to take a slightly longer break as the player talk deals and set up for heads up. Stay with us. 20 minutes. We will be back. And update you on all the action. Stay with us, and we will see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
皆さんこんにちは。日本で活動しているクルスうさこです。こんにちは。次回の APT はチェジュで開催されます。 APT がチェジュで開催されるのは今回が初めてなので、ぜひ皆さんに遊びに来てほしいです。
チェジュで会いましょ
う。チェジュでお会いしましょう。
チェジュで会いましょう。
はい、APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。一緒にポーカーしましょう。
チェジュに行きましょう。
チェジュで待ってます。
皆さん APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。僕と APT チェジュで握手。
4月26日から5月5日まで開催されます。詳しくは apt.poker をチェックしてください。待ってます。
嘿，瑞，你怎么在这里排队？
No, I'm just helping our friend to register for some tournament.
哦，还是我们一起去那里打2把牌？
Okay.
APT 季收打2024已经如火如荼的拉开序幕。
And running from now until the 5th of May, APT Jeju has 86 trophy event and has more than 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prize pool.
4月27号银狮子豪客赛，5月4号铜狮子豪客赛。
And the 2 billion Korean won guaranteed main event starts on April 29.
千万不要错过这些精彩的赛事，我们诚挚的邀请你一起来玩。
And if you're following from home, you can follow our daily coverage of the series and the daily streams starting with the APT All-Star Showdown. I'm all in.
Go, I go. I'm all in. This is? Class! I have a class! Yes! 如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 APT Poker。I have a class!
APT All-Star Showdown.
So today I'm gonna play the All-Star Challenge. It's like an invitational event with the best of the poker players.
这种比赛在这个普通的赛制里面很难遇到。
这个应该就是一个9人桌的 sit and go 吧，算是。
Everybody is really good. I think Punat and Danny Tang are really great players. Better than me for sure, but I can still bluff them one time.
所以其实还是看自己发挥怎么样，还运怎么样，我觉得这个才是最重要的。其实外卡玩家参赛的话，我觉得肯定更加有竞争力，因为他们从这么多参赛人员当中拿到了参赛名额，他们这个比赛会更加认真，所以我也是还蛮看好外卡玩家的。
I feel like so best being picked as wildcard. I play a lot online poker on natural age. My favorite emoji was air kiss. I just pick the emoji like way more often than average players.
每一把都有3 bet， 说是入池率最高的，掉的最快。上来这个 Commentators 一把牌就掉了。
I played total like less than 2 minutes probably. I mean, I have jacks, small blind against the gun, 3 bet, went with a Neat King. It's quite a fun format because you don't normally get to play like winner takes all 10 goals anymore, and I just think it gives the wildcard also a very good experience to play with different types of players.
I've watched APT grow from the old APT to the new era, and an event run by poker players is like the best ever for a poker tournament.
That's a snap call.
Danny holds here. That is it. 86% to win the trophy. 17,000 USD. Wow, that does it.
Congratulations to Danny Tang of Hong Kong winning the APT All-Star Showdown. How do you feel right now?
Good, yeah. My first APT trophy ever since the new.
We have a Thai, we have a couple of Taiwan, Japanese. So it's like Asian, some of the best from Asia, right? And it's good to have heads-up Hong Kong flags, you know. I'm always proud of playing from Hong Kong, being from Hong Kong, and it's a fun format for sure. I think any time, any trophies, it means something, you know, and it's just good to win. I don't have one in my shelf, so it's good to have one now.
Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to the lovely Landing Casino here at the beautiful Jeju Shinhwa World Resort on Jeju Island, South Korea. I'm here because in just 2 short months, there are going to be 65 poker tables and thousands of poker players here vying for over 5 billion Korean won in guarantees. That's almost $4 million US. And they're going to be able to win that with all of the APT staples, the double stack, the mini main, the mystery bounty, the cup, high roller, super high roller, superstar, and of course, our featured event, the main event. It has a 2 billion Korean won guarantee. That's approximately 1.5 million USD in guarantees for just that event. So when you want to see a completed schedule, you're going to want to click this link and you will find the full schedule of all the amazing events we're going to have with you at APT Jeju 2024. Also, for the first time in over a year, the APT is going to have cash games. There's at least 15 tables of cash games going on here, with buy-ins as low as 1,000, 3,000 Korean, which is about 75 cent, 225 on the blinds, all the way up to, well, all the way up. And once you've won everything that you can win here, there's so much to explore here, both inside the property and on Jeju itself. There's a water park, a theme park, a bunch of restaurants for when you get hungry from being at the water park and the theme park, all these shops with these amazing brands that everybody knows and loves. And if you leave the property, there's half a dozen golf courses, a bunch of local villages where you can learn all about Korean culture. There's a bunch of waterfalls, some beautiful sunrise and sunset views. There's a bunch of UNESCO World Heritage sites that you can go to. And I'm reliably informed there's mermaids. I'd tell you what all those were in Korean, but everybody here was making fun of my Korean, so you're gonna have to read about it in Ben's Ultimate Guide to APT Jeju 2024. Right, enough of my sales pitch. You already know why you should be here, and quite frankly, I have to go explain how to play Badoogie to the regulators here so I can put it in the schedule. So, come here and hang out with me April 26th to May 5th. It wouldn't be the same without you. Trademark pending.
皆さんこんにちは。日本で活動しているクルスうさこです。こんにちは。次回の APT はチェジュで開催されます。 APT がチェジュで開催されるのは今回が初めてなので、ぜひ皆さんに遊びに来てほしいです。
チェジュで会いましょ
う。チェジュでお会いしましょう。
チェジュで会いましょう。
はい、APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。一緒に効果しましょう。
チェジュに行きましょう。
チェジュで待ってます。
皆さん APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。僕と APT チェジュで握手。
4月26日から5月5日まで開催されます。詳しくは apt.poker をチェックしてください。待ってます。
Hey Ray， 你怎么在这里排队？
No, I'm just helping our friend to register for some tournament.
哦，还是我们一起去那里打2把牌
Okay.
APT 济州岛2024已经如火如荼的拉开序幕。
And running from now until the 5th of May, APT Jeju has 86 trophy event and has more than 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prize pool.
4月27号银狮子豪客赛，5月4号铜狮子豪客赛。
And the 2 billion Korean won guaranteed main event starts on April 29.
千万不要错过这些精彩的赛事，我们诚挚的邀请你一起来玩。
And if you're following from home, you can follow our daily coverage of the series and the daily streams starting with the APT All-Star Showdown. I'm all in.
I go. I'm all in. Is this? Class! I have a class! Yes! 如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 APT.poker。I have a class!
APT All-Star Showdown.
So today I'm gonna play the All-Star Challenge. It's like an invitational event with the best of the poker players.
这种比赛在这个普通的赛制里面很难遇到。这个应该就是一个9人桌的 sit and go 吧，算是。
Everybody is really good. I think Punat and Danny Tang are really great players. Better than me for sure, but I can still bluff them one time.
所以其实还是看自己发挥怎么样，财运怎么样，我觉得这个才是最重要的。其实外卡玩家参赛的话，我觉得肯定更加有竞争力，因为他们从这么多参赛人员当中拿到了参赛名额，他们这个比赛会更加认真，所以我也是还蛮看好外卡玩家的。
I feel like so best being picked as wild card. I play a lot on poker on natural age. My favorite emoji was air kiss. I just click the emoji like way more often than average players. 每把都有3 bet， 说是入池率最高的掉的最快。上来这个 Planetary 一把牌就掉了入池。
I played total like less than 2 minutes probably. I mean, I have jacks small blind against the gun 3 bet. Went with a Niat King. It's quite a fun format because you don't normally get to play like winner takes all 10 goals anymore, and I just think it gives the wildcard also a very good experience to play with different types of players.
I've watched APT grow from the old APT to the new era, and an event run by poker players is like the best ever for a poker tournament.
That's a snap call.
Danny holds here. That is it. 86% to win the trophy. 17,000 USD. Wow, that does it.
Congratulations to Danny Tang of Hong Kong winning the APT All-Star Showdown. How do you feel right now?
Good, yeah. My first APT trophy ever since the new era.
We have a Thai, we have a couple of Taiwan, Japanese. So it's like Asian, some of the best from Asia, right? And it's good to have heads up Hong Kong flags, you know. I'm always proud of playing from Hong Kong, being from Hong Kong, and it's a fun format for sure. I think any time, any trophies, it means something, you know, and it's just good to win. I don't have one in my shelf, so it's good to have one now.
Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to the lovely Landing Casino here at the beautiful Jeju Shinhwa World Resort on Jeju Island, South Korea. I'm here because in just 2 short months, there are going to be 65 poker tables and thousands of poker players here vying for over 5 billion Korean won in guarantees. That's almost $4 million US. And they're going to be able to win that with all of the APT staples, the double stack, the mini main, the mystery bounty, the cup, high roller, super high roller, superstar, and of course, our featured event, the main event. It has a 2 billion Korean won guarantee. That's approximately 1.5 million USD in guarantees for just that event. So when you want to see a completed schedule, you're going to want to click this link and you will find the full schedule of all the amazing events we're going to have with you at APT Jeju 2024. Also, for the first time in over a year, the APT is going to have cash games. There's at least 15 tables of cash games going on here, with buy-ins as low as 1,000, 3,000 Korean, which is about 75 cent, 225 on the blinds, all the way up to, well, all the way up. And once you've won everything that you can win here, there's so much to explore here, both inside the property and on Jeju itself. There's a water park, a theme park, a bunch of restaurants for when you get hungry from being at the water park and the theme park, all these shops with these amazing brands that everybody knows and loves. And if you leave the property, there's half a dozen golf courses, a bunch of local villages where you can learn all about Korean culture. There's a bunch of waterfalls, some beautiful sunrise and sunset views. There's a bunch of UNESCO World Heritage sites that you can go to. And I'm reliably informed there's mermaids. I'd tell you what all those were in Korean, but everybody here was making fun of my Korean. So you're gonna have to read about it in Ben's Ultimate Guide to APT Jeju 2024. Right, enough of my sales pitch. You already know why you should be here, and quite frankly, I have to go explain how to play Badoogie to the regulators here so I can put it in the schedule. So, come here and hang out with me April 26th to May 5th. It wouldn't be the same without you. Trademark pending.
皆さんこんにちは。日本で活動しているクルスうさこです。こんにちは。次回の APT はチェジュで開催されます。 APT がチェジュで開催されるのは今回が初めてなので、ぜひ皆さんに遊びに来てほしいです。
チェジュで会いましょう。
チェジュでお会いしましょう。
チェジュで会いましょう。
はい、APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。一緒にポーカーしましょう。
チェジュに行きましょう。
チェジュで
待ってます。
皆さん APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。僕と APT チェジュで握手。
4月26日から5月5日まで開催されます。詳しくは apt.poker をチェックしてください。待ってます。
嘿，Ray，你怎么在这里排队？
No, I'm just helping our friend to register for some tournament.
哦，还是我们一起去那里打2把牌？
Okay.
季收导2024已经如火如荼的拉开序幕。
And running from now until the 5th of May, APT Jeju has AP6 trophy event and has more than 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prize pool.
4月27号银狮子豪客赛，5月4号铜狮子豪客赛。
And the 2 billion Korean won guaranteed main event starts on April 29.
千万不要错过这些精彩的赛事，我们诚挚的邀请你一起来玩。
And if you're following from home, you can follow our daily coverage of the series and the daily streams starting with the APT All-Star Showdown. I'm all in.
Go, I go. I'm all in. This is? Class! I have a class! Yes! 如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 APT Poker。I have a class!
Welcome back to the home stretch of this incredible APT Super High Roller here at Jeju. We're coming to you live, bringing you the final portion, the heads-up portion of what has been an incredible event that Sam and I and Stephen Lai have had the privilege to cover. We should inform you, a deal has been struck. It's not too crazy, by the way. We had, if you remember, about $50,000 of heads-up battle to play for, going from that incredible 120,000 USD give or take locked up to the 176,000 up top. The players have decided to play for the standard 10% of the remaining prize pool. That's about an APT ruling on how much you have to play for. That amounts to $30,000 to play for. So they've taken some of the money off the table and split it evenly, which does mean that both these players have locked up 136,000 USD. An incredible score for Jeffrey Lowe, of course. He had about 600,000 USD in lifetime earnings, a well-known poker pro from Hong Kong. But what a finish here from Lee Jiandong. $63,000 on his hand and mob, has now more than doubled it and is going for that $166,000 score with the deal and that beautiful pewter APT lion sitting in the middle of the screen.
Yes, an incredible story for both these players. Jeffrey, our short stack coming in day 2 with only 10 big blinds, 305K in his stack, and is now playing for that first place trophy. Not far behind Lee Zhendong with an 86 big blind stack, and it is anyone's game here. They are both dialed in, focused, and they want to win.
I mean, look how deep they are. As I've mentioned on the stream many times, Sam, I love playing heads up, sit and goes. I'll tell you what, unless you play like the highest stakes heads up, sit and goes, you likely don't even start out with these number of blinds. Nobody is well prepped as an MTT player for playing heads up 90 big blinds deep. Anything can happen.
That is true. I don't think it's a very studied part of a tournament play. 86 big blinds heads up. This is getting near cash game range, and most of these guys usually play around 40 big blinds heads up or much, much shorter than that.
And what a time to do it for 30,000 USD. I believe that's about 41 million in local Korean won. And if I'm not mistaken, both of these players started out as the shorter stacks, right?
Lee was about middle of the pack with 2 million. Probably around 6th place starting. So yeah, two of our players that were not in the chip lead have managed to battle it out. And it's now anyone's game. They are neck and neck. 86 big blinds against Jeffrey's 81. Kicking things off here, the second hand of heads up. We saw a quick fold with the ace deuce off last hand. Unfortunately, Jeffrey had the ace queen suited, wasn't able to play it, and this time picks up the jack 4 off. He is going to decide to raise it up here. With the big blind ante, I wouldn't be surprised if probably 100% of hands are playable. Jeffrey taking down the first 2 pots.
Even battle for $30,000. 84 bigs, 83 bigs. What a spot to be in. Sam, you're relatively new to MTTs. You think you'd be striking deals in these spots?
No, I like to win a little bit too much, and even if I didn't have an edge, I would still just love to play for first.
I like it.
I know you're a big fan of striking deals at heads-up tables.
Well, I've been burnt. I think the trauma just never leaves you, but I do respect anyone who can just go for it. I did try to strike a deal once with somebody, pretty big tournament for India at least, and talked a little bit, wasn't going anywhere. We had sort of an extended break. I sort of whisked away to do some ICM math, and lo and behold, the man was putting $200 on blackjack while on break. And I had a feeling that deal talks might not go anywhere after that. We did lose some viewers in chat, understandable after the break, but this battle is far from over. Jeffrey Lowe has plenty of fans. Some of them might be on the Natural 8 Hong Kong channel. I understand that. But Lee Zhendong, what a hero is emerging here. Sure he'll have some fans after the stable.
I must say, I saw in chat, I do love how fast Lee plays.
That's right. No tanking. Four of clubs does give slight potential straight opportunity, slight hope to Jeffrey with the nut low and picking up this equity. Frankly, I expected a bet, and the deuce rescues him. Went a little bit passive. Like I said, I think these players, I mean, perhaps Lee's a tad more inexperienced, but Jeffrey, who has to be studied in many forms of tournament poker. Jeffrey, Anson Zhang, who we had on the All-Star Showdown, some of the other Hong Kong guys, they actually sort of traveled the world playing together, studying together, likely discussing hands. I doubt he studied this deep heads up.
No, it'd most likely be a waste of time. There are far better ways for him to use his study time.
How dare you, Sam? Never a waste of time to study heads up. And I'm being cheeky, but I do mean it, considering most hands, of course, play out heads up. Of course, the ranges are different when you're purely heads up, but it's very, very important to know how to navigate, for instance, out of position, defending the big. And I think heads up gives you the best practice for that as a tournament player. There's many things to study, you're right, but I would certainly add heads up to the mix for everybody listening.
We do see some very talented heads-up players just come over and dominate all forms of poker. We've had Doug Polk, Garrett Adelstein, even Jungle Man, all come from heads-up backgrounds and have easily transitioned into tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, you need to learn folding. That's the problem. In heads-up, you're likely playing about 80 to 90% of hands. And getting into the discipline of folding, especially pre-flop, is a bit of a transition, but apart from that, I mean, think about the experience you get, right? People talk about how much volume they put in, how many hands they play. Well, how about how many flops do you play? How many turns do you play? In heads up, that's like 5x of a ring game.
Indeed. Seen a little bit of something for each player. Both of them have the backdoor flush draw as well as the gut shot. We're not seeing too much aggression so far. It looks like Lee is reaching for chips here. And another big bet. Yeah, just over half pot here. Makes sense on a board this wet.
Ruben doing my job and Natural Aid Mod's job in chat for us, saying like and subscribe to spread the word. Could not agree more. Is that a big raise? Indeed, 910,000. Here we go. Deep stack heads up time. Lee is left with a useless gutter and 7 high.
It's a really nice raise here from Jeffrey, using the King of Clubs blocker. I assume he'll be barreling off on club turns and rivers. And we do see a call from Lee.
That is shocking. This is mainly a float. He's not doing it to just hit the gut shot. He has to have some plans up his sleeves to be able to do this. 2.4 million in the middle now. Ace of clubs. This is what that King of Clubs does. Not so much perhaps just about the blocker, but about the ability to pick up these additional equity on the turn. And now he can comfortably barrel.
Question is how big. We're looking about 3 SPR. So if Jeffrey did want to get stacks in, he's looking around 80% here on the turn to set up an 80% river shove. But that might just be a little bit too big. Yes, 950k into the middle, just under half pot here. Makes sense on these 3 flush boards if he did want to bet as thin as maybe a hand like 2 pair, maybe an ace. Some sort of ace 6 of diamonds perhaps.
Well, he has a king 6. Could have the ace 6 easily. Of course, he does get to represent all the flushes that might check raise on the flop. Lee cannot handle the heat with the 7-3. Lets this one go. Well played by Jeffrey. Bluffing with the best hand, but still very impressive to see where his head is at.
Yes, and that is going to put him into the lead, overtaking Lee Shendong. 78 big blinds versus 60. They are still playing for about 30,000 USD, as well as the pewter lion in the middle of the table.
Just a reminder, $136,000 locked up. $10,000 was the buy-in. What a successful event for these two incredible poker players. Love this, the close-up. Look at the fine crafting. Look at those calf muscles. This line works out. This is the pewter variety. We give it out for the super high roller champion. Of course, the pretty golden lion, the most coveted of the bunch, is the one for the main event. That's going to wrap up next Saturday. Coverage kicks off on Thursday, by the way. And then we have the final day coverage as usual, the 2-day high roller. That does get you the 3rd golden lion.
Someone is going to need some space in their checked luggage to bring that thing home.
I've told you, Sam, extra seat. That's the rule.
I guess they can afford it.
Absolutely. That trophy should have to go through immigration by itself.
Yeah, blinds have gone up. 60k, 120k. Jeffrey, I imagine he's raising 100% here. And Lee folding out the 10-5 off. little bit tight given the big blind ante.
I'm sure the thought has crossed your mind, Sam, and I will answer it without you even asking. The longest heads-up battle I have seen with the APT was between Punat Punsri and the man who came runners-up in the APT Taipei main event. 6 hours.
Wow.
So strap in, and let's not forget our bet is not over yet.
4.5 hours.
Yeah, 9 p.m. you said, so 4.5 hours to go. Chat, what do you think? You want it long, or you want a short heads-up battle? People don't believe me, but I always want it to go as long as possible, much to the chagrin of sometimes our production staff. What can I say? I'm obsessed with watching poker. This is why I do what I do. Rags versus Rags, my kind of battle. Lee takes it away, showing the gumption on the button. So much of a heads up is about momentum, Sam. We're very deep, so it changes the dynamic. You can certainly lose a few pots without needing to go too crazy, but it is like chess, you know, suddenly, one-on-one. Psychological battle as much as it is about the decision making. As a result, you don't want to let your opponent feel like they're in control. It's worth giving up some card EV to take away the momentum, to sort of win back the psychological advantage. I would argue Jeffrey has the psychological advantage here, considering his experience and, of course, the slight chip lead.
Yes, I'd be inclined to agree here. He is also showing a willingness to battle for every pot here, raising up 3 deuce off on the button. I assume his range is going to be 100%. And facing a min raise, I assume that he'll be calling pretty close to 100% as well with the big blind ante.
I think we did see him fold, you know, really weak holdings when we were, I believe, 3 or 4-handed. So if he knows the correct theory, he knows maybe 90, 95%. You can be as wide as that. Certainly don't want to be calling 7 deuce off and such, but
would make for a good picture though, as a final hand.
Winning 7 deuce off 60 big blinds deep is difficult to pull off, but never know.
It's nearly as prestigious as the ace 5 off in the final picture, isn't it? Yeah. Ace, ace 4 flop here. C-bet from Jeffrey, pretty standard, and Lee. Not much he can do here. He's just going to let it go. And Jeffrey, nearly up to 10 million in chips, running away with the lead now. 81 big blinds versus 57. Lee must be feeling the pressure here.
Just a one survey. Do you guys still want a break time, or do we skip? I don't mind.
Interesting question by the floor. We took a break to set up for heads up. I believe I heard the floor ask, do you still want the break? And Jeffrey said, I don't mind stopping. Is that right?
I missed it. I didn't hear what he said.
Not 100%. Obviously, the table volume is not as high as us. We'll get back to you. Next break is pretty far away, by the way. Over an hour. Not over an hour, maybe. Yeah, over an hour. Players can decide closer to the time. The idea being they just took a break, so now that it's just 2 people left, they can choose to just keep the clock running. $300 if you're still watching in chat. Thank you so much for being with us. Do hit the like. I've beatered my expectations, but would appreciate if you could hit the like button. Get us to at least 50 likes. We're at 48. The action is far from over. Not just in terms of the game continuing, but the chips fly into the middle with all kinds of holdings here.
And here we see the king deuce suited. This is actually a solver approved 3-bet. For some reason, the solver just loves king deuce suited in heads up formats. Quite
King
small.
little.
I could see, yeah, Jeffrey's going to peel one off here with the queen 8 off. These ranges are going to be incredibly wide. They are heads up. And it's a very cheap price. Queen on the flop, going to put Jeffrey in the lead here, but there is an ace to watch out for.
Bit unfortunate for Lee. Showed the right initiative. 3-betting from the big. Now gets to represent the ace, but his opponent simply cannot fold. They say a pair heads up is very strong. Middle pair, even stronger. Nothing to do but call here. String your opponent along in case he has exactly the kind of hand Lee happens to. A deuce is great news for Lee because it might slow him down. Let's not forget the board was fairly wet. 2 clubs. All broadways have some sort of a pair or a straight draw. Lee could want to just muscle his opponent out of the hand on the turn itself. He is reaching for chips. Wants to continue telling that story of having the ace. Would love to get folds from clubs, all kinds of broadways that were pursuing a straight perhaps. And even a hand as strong as Queen 8 has to consider that they might be behind. They do not have the best queen. They don't block the ace. Is that a fold?
Yeah, wow. Lee picking up a pot there from Jeffrey. I really like the turned pair bet here, as it is going to block quite a few 2-pair combinations that Jeffrey can have.
Not too sure about that one, Sam, considering it's a deuce. I mean, calling a 3-bet.
There is still ace deuce off in Jeffrey's range. I don't think you're folding an ace heads up.
Definitely ace deuce, yeah. More importantly, getting that psychological momentum back, as I was saying. And remember we were discussing yesterday, Sam? Turning pairs into bluffs is the first sign that you're advancing in your poker career. Love to see it.
Indeed.
If the way the final table had gone till this point had not made this obvious, certainly the last few hands of heads up have made it clear to me it is truly anyone's game. And yes, they did strike the deal, but they're still playing for an incredible $30,000 USD up top to take their score from 136 to well past the 160 mark. This is serious, serious poker. Very high stakes. Perhaps the biggest stake of all, that beautiful APT trophy. The one you want on your mantelpiece. Or wait just a second. You think if Jeffrey wins, Steven gets to demand it for his poker club trophy case?
Yes, yeah, that is a good point. It's the only one that our other commentator, Steven, is missing from his trophy case. And Jeffrey might be inclined to leave it there. Ten high flop here is going to put Lee in the lead. Jeffrey, just a gut shot. You do have to be careful about over bluffing and heads up, seeing as how wide the ranges are. There are infinite gut shots on here. There may be even some overcard hands that he wants to bet. And there's not a whole lot of value here.
This is why heads up is such interesting training. You have wide ranges and your opponent has wide ranges. When Jeffrey bets here, it seems like his opponent would connect with most of the board, but he wants hands such as naked ace highs, king highs, queen highs to fold. Those hands are always calling in the blind. The queen of diamond lands. It's an interesting card, but Jeffrey just has so little equity, only drawing to the gut shot. The 5 of diamonds covered by the 8 of diamonds in terms of flush outs. Lee in control, and check calling top pair is pretty standard in this spot with the flush draw to boot. The diamond does come in, perhaps one of the few ways that Lee could have gotten any more value in this hand. Would love to see a bet here. does decide to go for the trap. The reason I say that is because so many hands that bet the flop would check behind in Jeffrey's shoes. Sixes, ace highs, among others. And also, when you bet, you sort of set your own price to go for the showdown with a flush. As it happens, we see he would have gotten called.
8 of diamonds, incredibly strong heads up here. I think he definitely missed out on some value there.
Yeah, and also, you know, Jeffrey could just bomb it with air, considering when Lee checks, his range gets a little bit capped. He's not checking nut flushes, second nut flushes. Automatically, when you're playing against a player as strong as Jeffrey, you have to expect the worst. You know, what if you face like a 1x, 2x overbet? Whereas if you lead out there with the 8 of diamonds, you certainly could have an uncapped range. You could have the ace of diamonds, could have the king of diamonds. So if you face a raise, you know you're likely behind.
Wow, Lee folding a paint card there. You see it get flicked up. Not sure what he had, but Jeffrey still in the lead here. 72 big blinds versus 67. Once again, neck and neck.
In case you're curious about our trophy, which, by the way, won the GPI Best Trophy Award this year. Our trophy has a trophy. How cool is that? Do check out our video on Michael Soiza, among others, head of the APT, describing all the thinking and emotions that went behind crafting this masterpiece of a trophy. Represents a new era of the APT. Chat is leaning towards a very natural 8-oriented conversation. I get it, natural 8, our lovely sponsor. But guys, look at what's happening here. Two poker superstars battling it out for that incredible APT Lion.
Our next hand blinds up, 80,000, 160, 160, Randy.
Oh well, I just heard the floor announced. Blinds up next hand, 80,000, 160,000. Once again, levels are 40 minutes. Still plenty of poker left to play. Essentially, the only way to get stacks in the middle is if you have a 3-bet pre-flop with these stacks. Oh, look at this, Sam. Again, evenly matched.
Yeah, there are only 13 hands into this heads-up battle. Right back to where they started. Blinds are going up. 80K, 160K with the 160K big blind ante. And our dealer is doing an excellent job.
Thanks to all the action happening, I had resisted thus far to talk about all the other events on the schedule today. But I'm only human, Sam. We, of course, had the marquee event of the day, the Mystery Bounty Hunter. That's always exciting. We had the biggest bounty pulled already, by the way. I was talking about 20x the buy-in. Well, the buy-in was 725 USD. $21,000 was the biggest bounty.
Wow. 30x your buy-in off a bounty.
Incredible, man. What a feeling to pull that envelope. And by the way, our team, no doubt, has amazing footage of the envelope being pulled. Greg or Elfin usually assisting with that. So check out that video on our YouTube channel soon.
Seen a re-raise here from Jeff for the King Queen and gonna get a snap fold. Quite a large raise, up to 1.1 million.
Yeah, I wanted to fold there. Didn't want to play King Queen off out of position necessarily.
Do you think he's varying his raise sizes based on hand strength? Or do you think 1.1 is most likely his standard size?
I mean, he's going to be balanced even if he varies. So, yes, he might go bigger with hands such as King Queen off where he does not necessarily want action. But then he'll balance with the Queen Deuces, the King Deuces, where you're essentially willing to fold to a 4-bet and you want to pick up the blinds. So, or you want to pick up all the chips in the middle, including the button open. This is Jeffrey Lowe we're talking about. Gonna play it right, gonna play it balanced. Coming back to the schedule, the Sunday Super Stack is live, by the way. 235 runners in that, including some of the finishers from our Mazalai table yesterday who got a ticket, so hopefully they're still in the mix. We have the standard single-day high rollers. Those are the trip makers, $3,000 buy-in usually. 53 runners in that. Bot limit Omaha, 5 card. If you love playing PLO 5 cash, I suspect you love the tournament variation. 35 or so runners there. And then here we go, Sam, you ready? Limit rows, Raz, Omaha high-low, stud, and stud high-low. I mean, come on. Where do you get this variety? All for the beautiful price of 437 USD. Then we have a teams event, by the way. 2 players per team. The tag team, it's called in the World Series. You ever seen that live, by the way? Can be pretty fun.
I have. It is a lot of fun. I like the behind the scenes as the friends sort of berate them for making some terrible plays. It's a lot of fun.
Then we have a classic turbo PLO. PLO high as in the standard PLO fare. Some saddies, and then once again, here we go. The fun begins this Sunday. We have a hyper turbo Rose once again. This is the no limit version. That means no limit Raz, no limit Omaha high-low, no limit stud high, and no limit stud high-low. Incredible. And the buy-in, $200. And lastly, I explained to you yesterday, Sam, tick, tick, boom. Levels decrease every hour. 15 minutes to begin with. 4 hours later, after 10 5-minute levels, and then 2-minute levels.
That is the fun one. It's going to be a very quick tournament. And what's the buy-in on that one?
Only 364. I see you seem to be opening your wallet.
And here we are, Jeffrey Lowe picking up Pocket Kings on the button. Is he going to get another cooler with the Kings? Oh no, I spoke too soon. Look at that. Lee with the ace-queen suited and only 50 big blinds. This might be over, this hand. How is Lee going to proceed? Just a flat. What? How does he know? How does he do it?
Why? Ace-queen suited so strong, and without the 3-bet that surely would have faced a 4-bet, Lee has managed to absolutely mitigate the disaster that was lurking in this hand. And now donks out on the 9-6-4, has 2 overs and the backdoor nut flush draw. How does Jeffrey approach this? By the way, in heads up after a limped hand, or rather a flatted hand in the big blind. Donking can often mean 2-pair. You exactly want to induce your opponent into raising. Lee could easily have 9-6, 6-4, even as wide as 9-4 suited. Jeffrey wants to find out where he's at and get more chips in the middle. Of course, your opponent could have 2-pair, but can't be afraid of monsters in the closet. Wants to get value from all the single-pair hands, and how about getting value from the 2 overs hand? A diamond would make things mighty interesting, and a queen comes next in terms of, once again, potentially creating disaster for Lee.
Wow.
Oh my word.
How is he going to get away from it now? Jeffrey poised to take the win here. Although Lee would be left with just 2 big blinds.
I mean, he needs to size, as you keep pointing out, Sam, to set up a river jam. Needs to go big for that to be on the table.
Yes, we're looking around 80% here if he wants to get it in by the river, around 1.9 to 2 million. But I don't think he's going to go too big here. He doesn't want to get too greedy.
Chat is feeling the pain.
Yeah, half pot bet, and how is Lee going to respond to this? Does he just want to get it in here?
I like the bet, by the way. After Lee donked and called the raise on the flop, he's way more likely to have a 9, a 6, perhaps even a 4, more than he is a queen, since a queen does not connect with any of the flop cards. So Jeffrey decides not to play for stacks, instead goes for value with the half pot bet. And let's see how it works out. Is that a raise?
I think so. I love how fast Lee plays.
By the way, and that's a huge raise, my word, 3.3 million. I was just about to say, Sam, by the way, Jeffrey's not going to be too comfortable here. Walk yourself through this hand, donk the flop, call a raise, then check raise when the queen comes in. This smells like 2-pair, by the way.
It does. You know, I think more so a set as Jeffrey's not going to have too many of the offsuit combos of 2 pairs here. We have seen him lay down some pretty strong hands pre-flop, considering it is heads up. So I think the 9-4, the 6-4 off aren't going to be in his range. Perhaps 9-6 is in there. But if Jeffrey's been picking up on this, it will make him feel a little bit more comfortable. But it's still, you know, it's just 1 pair. It can't feel that great here considering the line.
I actually think it is impossible for Jeffrey to feel too comfortable, because it's so much more likely your opponent is doing this with a hand they think is best. And ace-queen is just 1 pip below 2-pair. That's why Lee thinks it's best. I do not blame him for raising here.
This might be the only hand that Lee plays this way that Jeffrey beats that Lee's going for value with.
Exactly.
And let's see this river. This could be it.
Look at the SPR.
Wow, what a river to finish it off. And how many seconds do you think it's going to take Lee to put his stack in there? There it is, all in. And over to Jeffrey.
This is not easy. He needs to think his opponent is never doing this as a bluff. I think ace-queen is tough to give credit for.
Very tough. I mean, when do you see ace-queen leading out on a flop like this?
Well, also, it wasn't raised pre-flop. I think ace-queen is almost eliminated from Lee's range, ironically, considering he has it. Frankly, Jeffrey needs to give his opponent a lot of credit for potentially having a bluff. That's a time bank chip he's thrown in. Kings is just so strong. There are some hand combos that can play this way with a queen. Of course, your opponent could easily donk with something like 8-7, has to call the flop, then decide to get aggressive with something like 8-7 of clubs by check raising the turn and feel committed to jam the river. All easy to say when we can see the cards. Oh my word, Jeffrey has let it go. What a unique hand. Lee was going for value with the worst hand and turns it into a bluff based on the way he played it. One of the most interesting hands I've seen at this festival and perhaps many festivals. Jeffrey is going to be sick when he looks at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, Lee, a commanding 4-1 chip lead now after a very oddly played ace-queen, but it looks like it worked out for him. He managed not only to avoid getting stacked pre-flop and on the flop, turning the queen, the disaster card, and somehow, some way, winning that pot.
Sometimes the poker gods are shining bright on you, and it's just meant to be. If he 3-bets pre-flop, the hand goes completely differently, and most likely the chips get into the middle. If he does not donk the flop, his opponent does not give him credit for potentially having 2-pair there. And he's donking with 2 overs, by the way. Catches the queen, thinks he's best, and gets it through. Jeffrey now crippled to just 23 bigs. Chat is utterly confused, calling it a nit fold. I don't know, chat. If his opponent had 2-pair, he would look like a genius, wouldn't he? I mean, yes, Jeffrey was arguably at the top of his range there, considering how the hand was played, but he is a very good poker player, and only very good poker players can make hero folds like that at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe Jeffrey just picked up on a tell. You know, he thought his opponent was very strong, which he may have thought he was.
Well, he folded on the river. A lot of people in chat pointing out, well, he called the turn, and then it was a deuce on the river, an absolute brick. Why would he fold? Well, he called the turn to evaluate what his opponent does on the river. I mean, of course, it's an exploitative fold. He has watched and studied his opponent throughout this final table and simply did not give him credit for a bluff. And who can blame him? I mean, he had the break to go look at the stream. And I'm thinking back, Sam, to when Jeffrey was actually saying he might want to take the break. Could be strategic. He knows he can actually check out the stream. Why wouldn't you take the break?
Yeah, very true. And yeah, the chat is Not happy with that river fold. Each street should be played independently. Just because you call the turn does not mean you have to shut your eyes and call any brick river. There's new information being presented, and you know, sometimes you just got to go with your read.
I respect it. I certainly respect it. It's not easy to lay down kings there. I know, for instance, as a heads-up player, I would just close my eyes and say, well, if I got coolered, I got coolered. I have kings. Top of the range, GTO, etc., etc. It's not easy to truly go with your read. And once again, let's not forget, if his opponent did have 2-pair, I thought 9-6 was certainly on the table, 6-4 suited, etc. He would have looked like a genius. Mind you, Lee did not 3-bet the ace-queen, so certainly he might not have been 3-betting 6s and 4s either. That would have played the exact same way.
Yes, indeed. Overall, just a wild, wild hand.
That is one for the books. And if Jeffrey ends up on the wrong side of this heads-up battle, he is going to be reviewing that footage with a heavy heart in the future. Goes for a big bluff here. 2 million to fight for now in the middle. 620 to call. Getting over 3-1. Any pair heads up is set to be good, but when it's the bottom pair with 4 overcards, including 3 broadways, cannot blame Lee for folding. And the ascension back continues. Jeffrey low now. Under a 3-1 chip lead. Always a nice spot to be. If he finds a double up, he would have the chip lead. Far from over, as these heads-up battles usually are. Thinking back to our final table yesterday, we saw the same scenario. 3-1 underdog. Came back and won it.
Lee with a nice little hand here. Ace-jack off. Imagine he'll be raising this up. There it is, 325k in the middle. And not a whole lot going on for Jeffrey. 8-deuce off. Sitting on 26 bigs.
Someone in chat pointing out that with the pre-flop limp into the pot, it was more likely 2-pair than a set. I know what you mean, but he limped ace-queen suited, so he could certainly limp pocket 4s and pocket 6s. Once again, depending on how this heads-up battle goes, I'd be very curious to talk to Jeffrey about that hand. Any ace heads up, pretty good. 25 bigs. Should be a classic open.
Lee opting not to 3-bet the king-jack. I guess if he's not 3-betting ace-queen, a king-jack's not going to get in there either. And an ace-high flop for Jeffrey is going to put him in the lead. Lee did catch a little piece there with the gut shot, as well as king-jack being an incredibly strong hand heads up on this board. See a check-check. Jeffrey protecting his checking range. And here we are. Lee is going to fire out at this. Jeffrey has himself a very easy decision here. There's the call. Heading to the river. 7 of clubs doesn't change much. The backdoor flush does get there. Maybe some 8-9 that's getting frisky. But Lee is just going to check this, and Jeffrey has got to go for value here. What sizing does he go?
Does he go for value? Top pair. It's usually good enough. Heads up.
Quick call. Wow.
not a believer. Not sure what bluffs Lee was putting him on. Basically Broadway straight draws. Talk about momentum. Jeffrey clawing his way back into this match. 2-1 now. Went from 4-1 to 3-1 to 2-1. What's next? Takes a lot of resilience to not lose your head, make those correct decisions, get that thin value in spots such as the last hand. And your opponent has to be dreaming of that trophy. You can leverage that. Get loose calls like the one we just saw.
Not to mention the additional 30,000 USD for first. Here on hand 95, Lee, 7-5 off on the button. He's going to open it up here. Jeffrey looking down at a similar looking hand, 6-5 off in the big blind, and makes the call. Ace 8-3 flop here.
And now we play my favorite heads-up game. Who wants it more? Lee certainly makes the claim that he does. Gets it through. Nice little pickup. There it is, the landing casino in all its glory, filled with participants in the mystery bounty, in the Sunday super stack, and all the other fun events we highlighted. Loving these chandeliers, by the way. Lamps, but chandeliers. Funky. Jeju special. As we pan to the feature table, looking a bit sparsely populated with just Jeffrey Lowe and Lee Zhendang battling it out. There we see it, Sam. Jeffrey lets the 10-4 off go. Slightly shorter stack, but not opening 100%.
Blinds are going up here. I believe we're on 100K, 200K. Gonna cut down on the effective stack just a little bit more here. Jeffrey down to about 25 big blinds after this bump up.
There we have it. Starting off losing Wang and Tanisorn in quick succession. I think the table stabilized after that. That's about when I joined you in the booth. Inched our way slowly towards these incredible battlers for that trophy and the 30,000 USD up top. Chat still not over hand number 90, and who can blame them? Ace Queen versus Pocket Kings.
Brutal.
That line is not solver approved, I'll tell you that.
Oh no. No, absolutely not.
I think solver might disagree with every decision made in that hand, barring the king's opening and perhaps the king and the king's c-betting. Maybe that's it. I mean, talk about non-standard.
Absolutely. 6-6-2 rainbow flop. Jeffrey contemplating whether to proceed with a call or a raise. And looks like he's going to take the aggressive action and raise it up here to 500K. He's going to put Lee's overcard hands just like this in a rough spot. We did see a pretty famous hand with Stu Ungar on a board like this, where his opponent did check raise a gut shot, and Stu just called him down with 10 high and it was good. And wow, the 9 of diamonds on the turn is going to put Lee in the lead here. Jeffrey still 5 high and now can only hit a 3 to win this hand.
That hand, by the way, you're referring to was replicated on the show Billions.
Really?
Somebody calls down on final street, putting their opponent on a lower straight draw. Scalds down with 9 high. Classic movie magic, except this one was replicating the great Stu Unger. Have you seen the show Billions?
I have not.
It's created by the people who wrote Rounders.
Really?
Hence the love for poker.
All right. I may have to check that one out. Jeffrey, going to continue firing here, telling the story of a 6, 575,000 into the middle.
It's never easy to tell the story of flopping trips on the flop. Certainly more difficult when your opponent has got top pair on the turn. Sixes and deuces with a 9 is the board, and that is what Jeffrey is playing. His opponent has top pair. Does he want to continue telling the story? I mean, look at the SPR, it's just over 1. The deuce has paired on the river, which means if Jeffrey was somehow double barreling with bottom pair there, he would have a boat.
And is that an all in?
Did he say all in?
And a snap call.
It's over.
Yeah, it's it. That's it. Wow. An overbet from Jeffrey, and Lee snaps it off there with top pair and wins the APT super high roller. Wow, what a final hand there.
How about that snap? I mean, we'd been commending how quickly Lee was acting. Snaps, shows his card, gets up, and is the champion. Congratulations to an incredible player going all the way here. Li Jindong from China has won the APT Super High Roller. He will now talk to Ray.
APT Super High Roller, Li Jindong from China. So he's really, really happy about it.
只是你第一个大比赛的冠军吗？是的。APT 是第一次来吗？第一次。第一次来，所以第一次来就赢了那么大的。第一个比赛。APT 的第一个比赛吗？所以APT 今天是第3天，所以还有7天，有什么计划？可能会拉满。所有比赛，主赛啊，后面那个 Superstar 也要打吗？好。第一场比赛，APT 3比赛。好。So he's very excited, really, really happy. This is the first event that he played in APT, and he plans to play a full schedule from now on. The main event, the Superstar Challenge, the whole 9 yards. So once again, let's give it up for the champion in the APT Jeju 2024 Super High Roller Champion, Li Jindong of China.
There we go. The trophy lift, the incredible APT Lion. A deserving champion. An incredible performance, and what a run.
And back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Ray. We are absolutely excited to see someone make their APT debut by winning the coveted APT Lion. There you have it, Li Jindong. And GG to Jeffrey Lowe, of course, did strike the deal, walks away with 136,000 USD. No trophy for now, but a great performance, and you have to respect the gumption for going for it 5 high on the final hand. Of course, getting snap called. Anson, of course, provided a lot of entertainment, coming in 3rd place. And we did have Fan, who has a lot of fans, certainly, and you and me, Sam, putting on an absolutely entertaining performance. That wraps up the Super High Roller. That's, of course, our 10,000 USD buy-in event. Very, very prestigious. But don't forget, we do have the Superstar Challenge as well, the new addition as of the previous stop, the $25,000 buy-in event. So if you like these high rollers, if you like intense poker action, and if this final table was anything to go by, then you know that that's going to be a fantastic event as well. For now, we are going to wrap up the day here, but don't forget, we have 7 more days of streaming. We have some National 8 tables, the Superstar Challenge I just mentioned, going all the way, of course, to our main event coverage. Sam, your final thoughts on the day?
What an incredible final table. I mean, he just came here to battle. That heads up was so entertaining. To call the flop check raise with 10 high, turn the pair, and just go with it. Close his eyes and go, I'm going to win this hand. Love to see it.
I'll be thinking about the hand previous to that, hand number 90, Ace Queen versus King, for a long time. That's going to be making the rounds of the highlight reel. And by the way, we'll have that hand amongst many others playing as highlights towards the end of the stream. But for now, we thank you all for joining us. So many of you in chat wrote some interesting comments. And of course, do hit the like button on the way out. It still helps us. And do hit subscribe if you haven't. If you're new to the stream, we have 7 more days of streaming to go. And me and Sam, along with our co-commentator Steven, will be sure to bring you all the action live here from APT Jeju 2024. For now, have a good evening and a good night, and we will see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
quiet, it feels like it was before. I get lost just for a moment, thinking I'm not where I am. And I didn't want to feel this way, tired of being